Okay. Good evening, everybody. Councilman Igliozzi, Chairman of the Finance Committee. We're going to begin this meeting. It's on the 10th of June, 2020, Wednesday. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll call?
Chairman Igliozzi.
Present.
Vice Chairman.
Present.
Councilwoman Castillo.
Present.
Councilwoman Anthony.
Present.
Councilman Taylor.
Here.
We have 5 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I just wanted to first start off the evening with a few comments and how we're going to proceed, and some also notification. First of all, I want to let everybody know that on a high note, let's start the meeting on a high note. I want to welcome a new colleague and new council person from Ward 1, John Goncalves. He was sworn in today, not more than an hour and 23 minutes ago, and I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to him. And congratulations, it's an exciting journey. There's ups and downs, as you can see, and I hope he can be as good as a council person as he has shown to be as a person. He seems to be a wonderful addition to the council, and he looks like he just really, he has all the pistons firing at the same time, and I really want to congratulate him, and I look forward to working with him in actually the rest of this term, and hopefully he has a prosperous, great future, and he achieves hopefully the wonderful things he'd like to try for the city of Providence. So I want to congratulate Ward 1 Councilman John Goncalves. Congratulations. And that's the first thing. So congratulations. Great. That's right. I think we should, and then I just want to very quickly, I want to acknowledge everybody's on the line. We have President Sabina Matos, we have President Pro Tem Correa, we have Councilwoman Miller, Councilwoman Kerwin, Councilman Espinal, Councilwoman Fortune. We have, of course, we have our Chief of Staff, Treasurer, and we have Kenny Cheverini, the city solicitor. So I want to acknowledge those folks. Oh, and also Councilman Salvatore. Great. As you can see, we're running through the board. It's a little bit difficult. It's the first thing. The second thing I want to talk about, and I think it's important that we address it, and continue to address it. Unfortunately, last night we had a City Council Finance Committee public hearing. And it probably was one of the most horrific events we probably all went through. Some of you for the first time, some of us we saw it before in the past, and it's something that none of us ever get comfortable with. Unfortunately, all of us were subject to some extremely dark and hateful speech and statements about race, sex, sexuality, and every other aspect of humankind. It was an extremely shocking event, and it was just something I think that no one expected nor appreciated, that anybody thinks that it would happen today, but it happened in today's day, but it did. We did this through that Zoom process. I know we talked about it earlier, and clearly at this time it looks like Zoom isn't ready for prime time. I mean, we're using it right now because of the COVID-19, but things have to be worked out and adjusted. So the public has a right to speak, especially when it's a public hearing. Last night was a public hearing, and to give the public an opportunity to speak about the budget and say anything they want about the budget. By the way, in of course respectful and proper manner, which by the way we had numerous people last night who did that. Through the process of the different glitches and etc., clearly it turned into one of the most horrific events we all expected. But I want to all say that on behalf of myself and of course the committee and myself, that I want to put forward a heartfelt apology to our constituents, to the citizens, to the people listening, to the people who live in Rhode Island, to the people living across the country, that they were even exposed to such dark and hateful, I mean, just horrible speech. I think it's important that we don't just ignore what happened last night, but we need to shine a light on it. And I'm going to, and it's probably not necessarily, people may say, I'd like to quote someone that I had grown up as a young man, I thought was an unbelievable leader, not just for the civil rights movement, but for America. And I think it's apropos, and I'm going to quote him, and I hope everybody can. And he said, and I thought this is so apropos, he said, darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. He said, hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. And I'm humbled this evening and fortunate and honored to at least say that the man who said this was Martin Luther King. He said it then, and it was relevant then, and it's relevant today. And he and his speech and his statements and his movement will be relevant tomorrow. Last night, the folks that came online are trying to make that irrelevant. And I ask that we all take a moment and think about those words, because it is so important and so poignant and topical, and it'll always be topical. And with that, I want to say, in lieu of last night's meeting, we will be having another public hearing. I know we met at a finance meeting on the Rise, and it's going to be on June 22nd, 2020, and it will be by Zoom, but you know how it goes. We learn from our mistakes. The city clerk, the city solicitor, the administration, the IT department are working diligently. So for the next public hearing, there's going to be, as they call it, a request. It's going to be a request to speak form. And they'll be creating a system where it basically makes sure the folks that have a right to speak should speak. The folks that want to talk about in a respectful and honorable manner will have that chance. So we'll be hearing more about this process to make sure that at the next public hearing meeting, or by the way, all future public hearing meetings, that if we conduct them on Zoom, we will now have a better process for that. So I want to let all the council members know, the committee members know, and of course the public know that is going to happen. Oh, and let the record reflect that Deputy Majority Mary Kay Harris is present too. Did I miss anybody else? Okay, great. So as you know, this evening, I know numerous of you I did, and I know a lot of you folks, and I'm still receiving emails and requests about defunding the Providence Police Department. And we thought it was important that we should have a special meeting on it, special finance meeting, because there is relevance. This is relevant. It's timely. It's important. Folks have a right to be heard, and they feel, and some council members also expressed, that they'd like to talk about this proposal about defunding the Providence Police Department. And I thought it was important that we talk about it, that we put light on it, that we have a conversation. And then tonight's meeting is the genesis from that campaign, which is very effective and good job because it's important. And we invited several members and stakeholders of this proposal, and we also invited the Commissioner of Public Safety, Chief of the Police Department, and I believe the President of the Police Union. So this evening's conversation is we're going to give the stakeholders an opportunity to speak and talk about what the proposal is, what it means. What does it mean to us? Does it mean defund, dismantle the police department. Doesn't mean change funding from it. So instead of us guessing, we thought it was important to, understand and learn more about what is the proposal in detail. And then also, by the way, give the police department, the commission, the chief an opportunity to have a discussion. So this evening's conversation will be, we're going to let the folks, and I'm going to mention their names, of course, and their organizations, an opportunity to present, and then we'll have the commissioner, the chief, they'll talk and present, and then we'll have conversation and questions. I would ask all my council colleagues, I know the committee members, they know, council colleagues, if you are looking to speak, I need all of you to raise your hand on the Zoom. If you can't find the raise the hand icon, then just raise your hand like we started a few weeks ago and put your hand up in the air. If you remember, some of you have been with me for the past month or so where we didn't know that feature well, and then everybody raised their hand. We will give everybody an opportunity. I ask everybody to be respectful of each other's conversation. I would ask that no jumping in. If council members, anybody jumps in, you will be muted. You have to be recognized. I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to say what they think and what they want to talk about. So I ask everybody to follow the same practices. And if you are muted, don't take it personal. It means you're jumping in and not waiting your turn. Okay? So at this time, I want to welcome, by the way, and I apologize because my last name is difficult, so I have a hard time saying people's names sometimes. So if I say your name incorrectly, help me out, but I believe I'm going to do the best I can. We have some folks, by the way, and actually this is a quite array of great people from great organizations. We have, and if I say it, and we have Vadik Kumba from Providence Citizen. We have Alexis Morales from Behind the Walls, the DARE member. I believe we have Douglas Rogers from Black and Pink Providence. We have Vanessa Flores Maldonado from Providence Youth Movement, or PRISM if I'm saying it right, and Charlotte Abatuzzi. Abatuzzi, I'm sorry.
Abatuzzi.
Okay, Abatuzzi. Okay, great. And did I miss anybody? Nope. Oh, well, okay. And by the way, the public hearing, the clerk just said it may be in Zoom and it may be in person. We will know in a couple of days, but there's going to be a public hearing on June 22nd, 2020. Whichever way it is, I want everybody to know it's going to happen. So, but I want to welcome, by the way, these folks because how we, in response to your emails, that I asked the clerk to reach out to find out stakeholders and members, folks that can talk about this proposal. And I want to thank all of you for willing to participate and discuss this. It's important. So what I'd like to do next is, of course, then I introduce each individual. We'll swear everybody in, and then I'll go one by one, let everybody, speak, make their presentation. Okay? So I want to make a note that we have also Commissioner Perry on the line, Chief Clements on the line, Elaine Richards, we have Larry Mancini, we have Mike Iamundi from the FOP. I think that's on the administration side. So could we have those folks just introduce themselves for the record, their title again, and we'll go from there, Mr. Clerk. And I'd ask start from the Commissioner, Mr. Mancini, and the Chief, and Elaine, and Mike Iamundi, okay? Mr. Clerk?
How would you like to swear them in?
Yeah, why don't you swear?
Okay, just collectively, everyone, if you could just please raise your hand, raise your right hand as a formality. You swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help you God.
I do.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, good evening. Lawrence J. Mancini, Chief Financial Officer, City of Providence. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, could we also have Ms. Silveria sworn in as the Finance Director?
Yeah. Silveria, I didn't see her. Oh, there she is. Hello.
Hi.
Good. You want it, Mr. Clerk?
Under penalty of perjury, the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you all. Next, I believe we have everybody. next, I'd like to, I know I introduced your names, and I'm gonna introduce you again, and then if you could then have the clerk swear you in, and then we can begin the proceedings, if that's okay with everybody. All right? So, I'm just gonna state all your names, and then could we have all the willing participants from, Mr. Kumba, Alexis Morales, Douglas Rogers, Vanessa Flores Molinado, and Charlotte Abuzzi. Abazzi. I'm gonna get it right, so I apologize. Abazzi, I gotta get it right there. All right? So, Mr. Clerk, why don't you swear everybody in, and then we can begin, all right?
I think they were all right as well.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
You all set?
Yeah.
Thank you all. All right, so why don't we begin this process? Do any committee members have any questions right now? Any comments?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, all right. Council members, do you have any questions or comments right now? All right, so we're going to begin with the proceeding, okay?
No.
Yeah, oh, yes, and so the clerk, I guess the clerk has spoken to the folks, and he said, I guess we're going to start, we're trying to, start with, I guess, is it 6 minutes? What is it, Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk, why don't you explain the timing?
We'll have 6 minutes for each of the 5 presenters in support of the discussion. And be as I want to be as least disruptive as possible. I'm just going to try to hold up the sign, and it's going to be backwards, but you can still read the number. And so I don't interrupt you, but hopefully you'll be able to see my video. And I'll flash a 2-minute and a 1-minute, and then we'll move to the next presenter.
Great. All right. So, and there's no particular order. So could I have it? I'm gonna try to get it right this time. Charlotte Abazzi.
No, they want to go in that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you want it? Okay. All right. The clerk corrected me. So it's Vadik Kumba. We're gonna follow the process. You have the mic. Sir, and welcome.
When we talk about our future, we have to examine our past. And I just want to share this quote from sci-fi genius Octavia Butler. Of course, writing novels about the future doesn't give me any special ability to foretell the future, but it does encourage me to use our past and present behaviors as a guide to the kind of world we seem to be creating. The past, for example, is filled with repeating cycles of strength and weakness, wisdom and stupidity, empire and ashes. To study history is to study humanity, and to try to foretell future without studying history is like trying to learn to read without bothering to learn the alphabet. I want to have this conversation using the same alphabet. So when we think about history, and before we know of the transatlantic slave trade as we know it, got a firm hold on labor, landowners used indentured servants to work the land in exchange for passage and allotment of land. But as you can imagine, conditions weren't safe, and most people died before they hit their 7th and final year of servitude. So people decided to break their contracts and run away, and they did regularly together. In 1640, John Punch, an African, ran away with a Scotsman and a Dutchman. They were captured. The Scotsman and Dutchman got 4 more years added to their servitude. John Punch is sentenced to perpetual servitude. This is a message to those people that would later on be considered white, that they had a stake in maintaining this order. So as the institution of slavery was becoming established, Show was a force to control that order. It is well documented that slave patrols served as a foundation for modern police forces. And we know that Providence and other northern states incrementally phased out slavery and didn't have the same need for slave patrols in the 1800s, right? There were night watchmen and day watchmen, and their duties, as the Providence Journal put it, was to quell rowdies, catch thieves, and control riots. But when we read about the accounts of riots of Hardscramble and Snowtown that led to the incorporation of Providence as a city, it gives us an understanding about how the law and citizens of Providence felt about the free Black population. So this is from the Free Negro in Providence, Rhode Island. It was published in 1950. After this example of mob violence, 4 white men were apprehended and brought to trial in the Providence courts. The account of the trial is revealing. According to the testimony, 40 or 50 white men took part in the destruction of Negroes' houses before an estimated crowd of 1,000 interested spectators. Apparently, there was no attempt made to stop the destruction. The testimony of the town watchman was recorded as follows. He went there with Mr. Mann, his file leader, and they did not think it prudent or proper to interfere. Considered he was doing his duty by going there and keeping as still as possible. Those 4 men were acquitted, and 6 years later, the destruction in Hardscramble was transferred to Snowtown, where a similar destruction happened in 1831, which resulted in the incorporation of Providence. But when Providence was incorporated in 1832, the immediate force that will prevent such violence against Black people. The city waits 3 decades, and it's when the Civil War is winding down and the future of enslaved Africans in this country is unsure, that the mayor, Thomas Doyle, pushes for the creation of a police force in Providence. The ranks are filled with white Civil War veterans. There won't be any non-white officers until after the Second World War. But it's at this time of legal white supremacy, legal discrimination, when the people that are most vulnerable to the cruelty of society are legally shut out of developing those systems. It's at this time when the police force and the larger criminal justice system are utilized as mechanisms to extract labor from formerly enslaved people as cracking down with unionized, organized labor. As we go to 1971 and Nixon declares a war on drugs, Nixon's aide later, John Ehrlichman, he confessed this to author Dan Baum. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had 2 enemies, the anti-war left and Black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or Black. But by getting the public to associate hippies with marijuana and Blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. So I just want us to be clear about what we know and what we're lying about as we seek to bring about justice in our community. We need a robust, comprehensive process as we decide to reimagine public safety in Providence. But it's clear that incremental steps can be taken this year to get us closer to a just and equitable Providence. I yield my time.
Mr. Chairman, you're on mute, I believe.
Hello?
Mr. Chairman, you are on mute, I believe.
Alexis Morales, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank
Okay,
you.
well-
How you doing today?
Well, all right, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're being well and safe, by the way, your family and everybody.
Absolutely.
Good.
Likewise.
Right.
Likewise.
So, thank you for coming and thank you for participating. All right, and you have the mic, sir.
All right. Thanks for all having
You have the
me.
mic.
Okay. Well, I guess I want to take these few minutes and just talk about my experience with police brutality and my experience watching my community go through police brutality throughout the years I've been around. So my name's Alexis Morales. I'm from Providence, Rhode Island. I'm part of Direct Actions of Rights and Equality and the Behind the Walls Committee, which is a group of individuals that are directly impacted by police brutality. And I just want to make clear, it took me a while to come to the decision to come to this meeting in fear of police brutality and police retaliation, just telling my story. It's not easy, I know it's going to make a lot of people upset. So the first thing I want to start off with is 2 points of hundreds of encounters I had with police officers when it came to police brutality. So one of my experience I had was a few years ago where me and two of my friends were pulled over because of a license plate light. And that was their reason for pulling us over. So once they pulled us over, we showed them the paperwork and all of that. But once they ran out our names, they seen we had a record. And from there on, they didn't want to release us from their custody at the time. So we told them we're good. There's no right for them to keep us here. We have our paperwork, and there's no reason to detain us. And they said, yes, there is a reason. Your background, your record, that's all the reason we need. And we said, no, that's not. And they said, no, we're gonna stay here. We're gonna do whatever we want. So we told them, no, we're not. They wanted us to open the door. We said, no, we're not opening the door. And we stood there for like 2 hours, surrounded by maybe 12 to 15 police officers around the vehicle, guns drawn. I had a 12 gauge shotgun to my head at the moment. So after that, I guess they did what they said it was gonna do. They busted the window and they dragged my friend out the car. They continued to kick him, tase him, and then afterwards they told us we were stupid because we didn't have anything. It's stupid. Why didn't you just open the door? Because it was our right. We thought it was our right not to open the door. So that's one incident. The second incident I had myself personally, that I went out one night to the club and fights broke out. I was beaten repeatedly with a billy club and left on the side of a building. The cops continued to chase the other crowds of people and left me there with no disregard to my life. And they left me there, good thing a group of women seen me and they helped me. So this is the experience I've seen throughout my life. I've seen police officers stand over dead bodies of Black men, and I've seen them laugh and giggle like his life didn't mean anything. I've seen them question men after gun violence and their bodies leaking blood on the cement. I've seen them just laugh about it like it was just continue to question this man like he didn't matter. So this is the thing. These are the things that come to mind when I think of police. These are the things that come to mind. I've seen them rip mothers and fathers from homes while the babies are on the crib raiding homes. I've seen this, and I've seen it, the effect it had then, and I see the effect it has now on those individuals, the trauma that it caused on our communities. I've seen that, and I still experience it till today. Till this day, I experience those traumas, and my community experiences it with me. So with that said, I feel like defunding the police will be a start to healing the pain that our communities have gone through. That's a start. And just basically not only defunding the police, but putting directly impacted people in the position of leadership when it comes to reallocating those funds. Reallocating those funds to put it where it's supposed to go, to distribute it where they know where that money should go, because they're experiencing that. They experience it every day. Our community experiences that, so we know where that money should go. We understand that if it needs to go to mental health or like housing, or not having police officers and substituting police officers for more counselors, we know where that money should go. And I feel as though we should be at leadership, and this should just not be for today, but these conversations should continue. It shouldn't just be for today. It should continue so that we could have some type of effect. And I just want to close out with thank you all for listening. And I want to thank my community and the youth that push forward with resiliency at the protest, and then continue to push forward through it all. And we kept going till they listened, and look at us now, they're listening. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexis. And thank you for sharing those stories. I'm sure it was not easy. And I want to thank you for being willing to say, talk about this. And I think it's important. And thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to the next individual. We have Douglas Rogers. Douglas Rogers from Pink Providence.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to give respect to Colonel Clements.
Be back from the air.
Tremendous man to me because he came to a Black African American church here in Providence, the oldest church in the state of Rhode Island, and that's Congan Street Baptist Church. I'm a full-fledged member. I've been a member for over 35 years. And me and Hugh Clements, we spoke a few times. He wrapped his arms around me. I have a lot of respect for him and his police commissioner. As a member of the LGBT community here in Providence and in Boston, I'm the original founder of Black and Pink. My experience with law enforcement hasn't never been severe. So I'm not gonna sit here and lie or make comments to discredit the police department. I have to give respect because my sister is in law enforcement. But I do ask that we try to look at the homeless population downtown, the mentally ill over there at the Providence Center, and also the youth. They really need somebody out there to grab these young men before they end up in the intake center, because it's an ongoing situation. Me, as being with the LGBT community, we experience different things, but I want to give everyone a little respect because we all need respect. I have my colleague here that's going to say a few things. And I just hope that we can come to an agreement where we need to put this money or advocate certain funds that are there for these individuals that need help.
Hello, my name is Trina Powers. I'm also representing Black and Pink Providence, a Rhode Island-based volunteer-run chapter of the National LGBTQ Prison Abolition and Prisoner Advocacy Organization.
Well, welcome, Trina. Welcome this evening. Welcome, and thank you for participating and expressing your views this evening. You have the mic.
Okay. Policing makes everybody in our communities less safe, and people of color and LGBTQ people are disproportionately impacted, as is detailed in Black and Pink's national 2015 report, Coming Out of Concrete Closets, which we can share with you upon request. The pipeline from school to policing to prison starts young, and the system is designed to keep people trapped once they enter it. Nearly half of Rhode Island's sentenced admissions to the ACI are people who have been revoked from probation or parole supervision, creating an endless cycle from prison to community supervision and back. We are calling for an overall decrease, not just a reallocation in police budget, especially the personal line items 103, 112, 121, 122, and 125. A freeze in the hiring of new cops, line item 112, and an increase to benefits, line item 104. Remove police from Providence public schools, taking action now to defund, disarm, and ultimately disband and abolish the police. As Mario, another member of Black and Pink Providence who is incarcerated at the ACI, reminds us, defunding the police is an important tool to end mass incarceration. Many people are currently incarcerated as a result of decades of the racist over-policing of predominantly Black and brown neighborhoods. The conversation about defunding the police cannot leave out the people that are currently in prison from over-policing. Rhode Island must also decarcerate and defund the ACI. In place of the police budget, increase investment in community resources such as education, comprehensive health care, public and affordable housing, dictated by Providence community organizations and those most directly impacted by mass criminalization. In particular, invest in re-entry resources that are not administered by the police or DOC, but are created by and for formerly incarcerated people, community outreach, and harm reduction professionals. Again, we are calling for decreased funding for the police budget overall. We are not in support of funding additional body cams, training, or community policing. Similar reforms in Minneapolis and other cities have been costly failures that expand the same racist system we must dismantle. Community organizations, social services, and individuals in Providence have been doing work to build up non-police infrastructure in Providence for decades. We want to invest in alternatives to mass criminalization, including fully implementing the Community Safety Act, the Counselors Not Cops campaigns, and life-giving resources such as harm reduction models deemed necessary by those most directly impacted by the prison industrial complex. We also want to address the hearing last night in which the public and the counselors of color were subjected to vile hate speech, which Chairman Igliozzi declined to stop, directly violating his colleagues' wishes in the interest of protecting procedure. This is just one example of political propriety in Providence taking precedence over Black safety. We urge the full council to follow the overwhelming public demand to protect Black lives by defunding the police and reinvesting in our communities of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Trina Powers. Thank you for your testimony. Next we have, is it Vanessa Flores Molinado?
Yep, hi there.
Is Vanessa, there's Vanessa, okay. Thank you, welcome.
Vanessa Flores Maldonado.
Welcome and thank you for participating and telling us your views and ideas. Thank you. You have the mic.
Thank you. So it's so wonderful to see so many familiar faces and so many new faces. A lot of you got to know me as that annoying woman who kept shouting about the Community Safety Act, which we passed about almost 3 years ago now. And that was something that, you know, is really important for us to remember, because that was also the power of community, in which you have time and time again, community telling you, we are not safe with the police. It doesn't matter if the police plays basketball with us. It doesn't matter if they also identify as Black or queer or trans. We do not feel safe around the police. And there's a reason for that, right? Vadic gave you a beautiful, powerful introduction in history around policing, and that was the surface. Alexis is telling you his own personal stories around policing, and I have hundreds and hundreds more community members, myself included, who can tell you time and time again the number of times that I feared for my life because of police. Police is not the answer. We've seen this, especially in the last week, where the exact same communities that can't get tested for COVID, that are losing their jobs, that don't know how to make rent, whose students are dropping out of school because they don't feel supported. The exact same community that's being impacted by all of these issues is now also being impacted by this police violence. We're frustrated and we're angry because we've been saying for so long, we do not feel safe around the police. I am a Latina and I don't feel safe around police. Black folks do not feel safe around, like, I just don't know how many times we have to tell y'all for that to get through you. And so, you know, if we want to have more conversations around the history of police, that's fine, but we really need to be taking more actions. But we want to be making sure that these actions that we're taking are in sync with what the community is asking for. We don't need y'all as politicians to make to make the decisions for us because we know the answers. We've done the work. You have youth who have been doing the work with the Counselors Not Cops campaign, youth who were a central part of the Community Safety Act. Youth need to lead the way. You have queer and trans folks of color who know exactly what it means to be questioned and harassed and accused of God knows what because police are out trying to find bodies to fill beds. Have queer and trans folks of color lead the work. You have formerly incarcerated people who are ready. And I see you laughing, Mike Amandi. I don't understand what you're laughing about. This is disrespectful. The community is upset and you are here on camera laughing. I hope you understand that you also have done harm to us. What I'm trying to tell y'all here is that defund the police does mean abolish the police because there is no trust.
Everybody, and when the speaker's speaking, everybody show proper respect for that speaker. And if you can't, then I'd ask you to leave this conversation because it's not appropriate. It's not appropriate action. It's not appropriate behavior. If you can't, if you really have a problem with anybody who's speaking this evening and you can't show respect to them, then you can leave and we'll just mute you and I think we have the ability to cross it out, I think, or shut off the video.
Yes,
so,
you do.
Miss Vanessa Flores Maldonado, if I say it right, you have the mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And I mean, that right there, that's a perfect example why we're upset and why we're frustrated and why we're angry, because we're trying to be nice. We're trying to protest the right ways and it's not good enough. We're trying to protest the ways that help us feel better and it's not right for y'all. And so for us, it's really important that right now, defund the police is going to happen. And we as a community want to work together to make it happen. Keep in mind that defund the police does mean abolish the police. That's what it is, because we need to do away with this institution that has such terrible history, and we need to start fresh. Our community has our answers. And so what I'm asking of all of you city councilors tonight is please wait for the community. We, the community, need to take time. We're still grieving because we're losing our members, okay? So we need to take time to grieve. And then we need to get together and then we need to plan. So give us that time to plan it out well, because we don't want to mess this up either. We want to see defund the police be successful. And so, you know, y'all, I can give you my cell phone number. I can give you my email. We can have as many conversations as you want. I'm offering that. But I really hope that City Council, that Mayor Loza, that, you know, Gina, if she's listening, stops and listens to the community first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, we have Charlotte Abatzi from Providence Citizen.
Good evening.
You have the mic. And welcome, by the way. Welcome and thank you. And you have the mic.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to everyone on this call and all who are tuning in. Thank you for opening up this forum for discussion. My name is Charlotte Abatzi, and I have grown up in Providence. I'm an alum of our public schools, and I am a community organizer. I'm here not on behalf of an organization, but I'm here on behalf of my community, your constituents. I'm thankful to be in continued solidarity with those who spoke before me, and I am thankful for the framework they have laid out in their introductions. They have expertly defined what we mean when we say defund the police. There's a lot of confusion around what we mean when we say this, but in reality, both national and local governments advocate for defunding services all the time. And not only do you all advocate for the defunding of services, you do it. You defund social services all the time. You defund schools, you defund hospitals, community health centers, programs for low-income communities all the time. You are experts at defunding. It is what you do. It's just that now that this pandemic is showing the ramifications of such excessive defunding, especially towards our healthcare and education sectors, even though they are the most crucial sectors in our community, both in and out of global pandemics. Essential resources are defunded all the time. The government just calls them tax cuts. So show us how good you are at defunding. When we say defund the police, we mean fund our futures, fund community wellness, fund young futures, our students, our schools. When we say defund the police, we mean stop making taxpayers pay for the already existing violences that come with policing and all the violences that are yet to come. Some concrete steps. As Vanessa set out, we need time to actually have this conversation, but if you want to get started, some concrete steps. 1, suspend the use of paid administrative leave for cops under investigation. 2, withhold pensions and rehiring process for cops involved in excessive force cases. 3, prioritize spending on community health, education, affordable housing, and 4, reduce the size of the police force. These are just a very short few of the tangible steps that we can take to ultimately decrease funding of the Providence Police. Our collective goal should be the elimination for the need of police, period, in totality, and the abolition of the prison system. While we work to do this, we create lasting alternatives to punishment and incarceration, which we know by our own 13th Amendment is modern day slavery. That should be the collective goal. It should not be controversial in the slightest means. Remember, abolishing slavery was once an extremely controversial and unthinkable, unimaginable idea. This country fought an entire war to preserve it. And this country is still reeling from the effects of the never rectifying and acknowledging the lasting damage of slavery. And we see this trickle down in all parts of our society, especially within our police force, most primarily within our police force and most predominantly in our prison systems. And it's not just about a few bad apples. The police are the problem. The system itself is riddled with sickness. The apples are all bad because the system itself is bad. We saw how a few bad apples ruined an entire budget hearing yesterday. We see how there is so much contention just at the declaration that Black Lives Matter. We are asking for the end of anti-Black racism, and we are either being met with militarized police force in response, or trolling, or violence, or murder, right? Ending racism should not be out of context, feel-good quotes from murdered civil rights leaders or performative statements from corporations that aren't doing the actual real work to end racism. One of the ways we work to end racism, which should be a concern for everyone, not just Black people, not just people of color, one of the ways we can work to end racism is ending police violence. And one of the ways that we end police violence is by defunding the police. And one of the ways that we can defund the police and work towards an abolitionist future is by taking those steps I have mentioned and looking into the policy done by abolitionists for the past 100 years. And that is how we can begin to tackle just the tip of the iceberg for the way the world is like turning on anti-Black racism. And that is that. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you. Next, we have the commissioner. Where is the commissioner? Mr. Clerk?
I'm here. Sorry, I was on mute.
No, Mr. Clerk, Commissioner, welcome. Thank you for participating. And you've heard some extremely powerful statements, personal statements, and both that impacted themselves personally or people they know, and about the police force and what's happening out there. So I'd like to give an opportunity for you, of course, now an opportunity for you and then the chief to talk about and continue this discussion. So Commissioner, you have the mic.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly when I hear stories that Alexis and others, recount in their lives, it pains me because that's not what policing was founded upon. And that's not what people that join this noble profession of policing come to this career and noble profession to do: hurt people and treat people differently because of the color of their skin or their differences in our community. So, to that, it always saddens me and hurts when you hear those stories in which there's no doubt it goes on, and it's gone on for quite some time, across this country. So, to that, there's no place for that kind of behavior in, I'll talk about the Providence Police particularly, but also in this profession. So I know there's frustration, there's anger, there's a lot during these times that we need to change systematically. We need to take ownership of, the past to correct the system going forward. And I've said that publicly, and I'll continue to say that publicly. Yeah, there's some bad apples in every profession, but to say that the entire profession is bad apples, I respectfully disagree, because I know a lot of those apples, and those apples are good apples that work hard for the right reasons under really difficult conditions. So this isn't in my view, a debate here. We hear the community, we accept the community's outrage. Our police officers are outraged, what's happened most recently. But I need to, respond that this Providence Police Department isn't representative of what I've heard in a couple of these testimonies. And, we've come a long way, and we have a long way to come. By abolishing this police department, totally will bring chaos and lawlessness in the short term and perhaps long term as well. So I'll continue to listen. I'm proud to be on this public safety team among the very best police officers in this country. I've served another department for decades, and officers in this department are among the finest that I've ever worked with. Abolishment, in my view, is the wrong way to go here, but rolling up our sleeves and working to rid racism, in the criminal justice system and policing. And look, it's hard. I get it. And racism across America exists, and it's hard to eradicate. But we're doing everything possible that we have a high standard and behavior in some of the cases that you've most recently seen. I'll end with, we're not perfect, and we're doing everything we can to treat everyone equally in this community, and I'll continue as long as I'm serving. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner, participating. Next up will be Colonel Hugh Clements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow council
You
members.
have the mic, sir.
You got it?
Colonel, thank you for participating, and you have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, fellow council members, fellow speakers on the program. Thank you. I thank you all. Thank you, Doug, for the kind words. I haven't seen you in a while. And I hear your pain on this call, from historical happenings and from events of today. And from very early on with the tragic events in the last 10, 20 days, the Providence Police Department almost universally denounced what we've seen and denounced racism. And I think we have that reputation in the community with our partners, and we've seen much of that over the last couple of days and over the last many years. I know we've taken a lot of large steps towards progress, meaningful steps. We've taken incremental steps, and your voices are important, and your voices and opinions are heard. And to me, they always have been and always will be. But I specifically do not know what defunding is. I've heard a little bit tonight. I would be strongly opposed to what policing and safety and security would look like in the city of Providence without the community-oriented policing approach that we embody in the city of Providence. Steps that we have taken are well documented. We've been recognized and lauded regionally, nationally. We've become a nationally certified, accredited police department back in 2014, a state certified police department. We're one of few, less than 3% of police departments in the country of our size to be nationally certified with best practices and best policies. And by the way, all of our policies are premised on procedural justice, where it's based on decisions are made on what is fair in our community for all. We've been part of conversations and eventually changes, albeit some difficult conversations, but we have a Providence Police Advisory Board. We've accepted the CCPRA statewide, the PCPRA citywide. Everything we do is premised on trust, transparency, and accountability. We're not perfect. We are not perfect, but we are a damn good police department. And I always stick up for the men and women of this police department because 150,000 times a year, somebody from the community calls the Providence Police for help. And by and large, certainly we make mistakes, but by and large, we hold our people accountable and we do a damn good job. And is there room for improvement? Of course there is. Some of the things being called for on the national level, we've identified in policy years ago, including we banned warning shots, which I know is being called for in some of the information you're hearing around the country. We banned that in 1996. Anything to cut off the air supply or in the form of a chokehold, 2014. Duty to intervene, 2016. So we feel like we're ahead of the curve. We're at the crest. A lot of things that are being called for nationally, we've done in hitting very high metrics on each one of them. Under the President Obama administration, he came out with a very comprehensive report on 21st century policing. And there were 6 pillars that were identified in that report. And the Providence Police Department hit every single one of them, in some to very high degrees. You look at this administration in the last 7 years, our last 3 Providence police academies, we've hit at very high numbers trying to make our police department completely reflect the community that we serve. And we're hitting numbers as high as 50, 60, and 70% in those last 3 schools. So we feel that's important. We feel that any stripping of a Providence Police Department budget, which is already paper thin, will completely ruin our efforts in the community for community engagement and just take us backwards. But I'm always open for conversations, as we have been, and look forward to that. But you know, as it stands now, I would have to be pretty convinced to say otherwise. We are just paper thin. This police department is on the lowest levels of manpower we've seen in 20 years. So I stand for questions, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to now take Mr. Iamundi, and then we can go to the conversation and questions. Mr. Iamundi, you have, welcome, Mr. Iamundi, and you have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to read a little statement. Obviously, we are 100% against defunding the police department. We feel it's not only irrational, but irresponsible to do so. The police budget has been cut numerous times over the years and will undoubtedly have consequences. As the Colonel alluded to, we have already reduced our manpower by over 70 officers over the last 12 years alone. Despite what some believe, we are one of the most community-oriented police departments in the country. There are many programs we are involved with, which diverting funds would impact. We have working relationships with Crossroads, Providence Mental Health, Family Services, and many other organizations, which we have great relationships with and do great work with. Defunding the police department will surely limit the amount of resources necessary to make our city safe. It will impact the training of the officers that they receive, which aids in addressing properly and with respect all cultures, religions, and affiliations. Defunding will impact the youth programs, which officers help to organize in the summer times for the inner city youth programs. I would say if we're going to start defunding, we could start by defunding some of the funds surrounding the Commissioner of Public Safety's office, which has ballooned over the years. Things to consider before defunding, which defunding the police department will impact general police work being done and limit services to the city residents. They will experience higher crime rates, longer response times, and at that point, as crime goes up, businesses will go elsewhere and property values will drop. Maybe we should limit some of the ridiculous calls that police go to and have responded to in the past, such as the out of control 7-year-old. That should be a parental issue, not a police issue. Families should be able to take care of their own children. Other issues such as a person having chest pains. We're not the medics, we're not the fire department. Again, this is not a police matter, but yet we go because we have professional officers, and that's what we do. You call and we come. I may suggest one thing, if I may, doing a 6-month study. Those council members who believe their constituents want the police defunded, reallocate those officers from your wards for that same period of time and send them to the council members who want police presence. Remove all specialized units such as narcotics and other units from those areas. Again, reallocating those areas, reallocating those resources to the areas where police presence is wanted. Officers who respond to the areas that don't have coverage when there is a complainant and a callback number, so we can thoroughly investigate the complaint in those areas that the resources have been reallocated from. So this way, everybody still has police when they need them. Officers who respond to the complainants. Compile the information from both areas with and without police presence and tell us what happens when you defund police and have a police-free zone. What happens to the crime rates? In closing, I'll say how ironic it is that the same officers that kept the city from burning down last Monday are now the subjects of being defunded. These officers are the same ones protecting City Hall as we speak. Providence Police Department and their officers are the most professional in this country, as stated by the mayor on many and numerous occasions. You call, we come, and we do it with the utmost professionalism and respect. And I will stand by each and every one of my members now and in the future. And we mean no disrespect to anybody out there, including all our guests today who have their concerns, but we agree to disagree on how this has to be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Iamundi. Thank you for your testimony. So next, I'd like to have council members, committee members. Do you have any questions or statements at this time, committee members? I think I see Vice Chair.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Council members, do you have any questions? Oh, sorry. Councilwoman Mary Kay Harris, Deputy Majority Leader. Okay, do you have her?
She's here. She's
There we go.
Hi, welcome, Councilwoman. How you? Hope you're doing well.
Greetings.
You have the mic. You have the mic.
Greetings. I am so happy to be able to be a part of this conversation tonight. One of the things I want to say that we in Providence have made some strides. We have worked together, not only within the police, but as community. What I've heard tonight was some really compelling stories that we really need to take really much attention to. Although we made a lot of strides, and we do really admire our Chief Clements, who have always been at the table and willing to talk about race. This has started a long time ago with accountability around police brutality. I mean, this is a long time road for me. And to be able to revisit these stories and revisit these conversations all over again is very important for all of us. What I heard our community say is let us come along with you as grassroots. We've done that before. You heard him mention the CSA. What a powerful movement that was for the police, the politicians, and the community to join together and looking at new initiatives of how Providence is looking at policy change, reform, addressing these issues around police brutality. I just want to say something really simple. I planted a garden. I have to constantly go back and pull those weeds up from the roots. There are bad police. There are people that practice bias. That's just the way it is. But we have to work hard towards trying to change that in our communities, in our neighborhoods. And we don't need to do it as politicians. What we need to do is listen to our communities, continue to work together like the way we've been working together as community and relation, and really look at this stuff. Race has played a part of police throughout history. Black men have been chased, even injured, even in my own family. It has happened. So it is real. Please pay attention to this call out of this national call and these young people who are saying they no longer feel this tolerance. Please be proactive. Think about police in a different kind of way with humanity, that people who really care about people. And that's where I want to leave it. I don't want to go on and on because I do know that tonight is a beginning of conversation. I want to thank you for offering us to understand what defunding is and what the community mean by that. Thank you, our chairman, for opening up the floor to talk about that, because this is the beginning. I heard the community ask for that. I heard them ask to be a part of the change. And I'm hoping that as leaders, as we are, that we are listening and we will really take seriously whatever this defunding may mean. It may mean redirecting funding. I heard a lot of that. It may mean that cultural awareness, breaking down a system that have been attacking Black folks forever. Let's be real about it. Let's have these conversations. I'm willing to go. I'm ready to go. I'm wired up, and I'm really committed to sticking with whatever it takes to change this culture that has destroyed Black communities forever and ever. And now we need to do something about it. We have a generation that say they want to help, be a part of this leadership. Let's be real leaders. Let's listen. Adults, let's listen. And let's move forward in a proactive, robust kind of way that we all are together. We in this together. The pandemic has shown a lot of things. Unfortunately, we had to see that video of a Black man that was on his neck for all that time. It hurt all of us, I hope, because we cannot remain silent. We cannot. Your silence is your complicity. I'm asking as a Black woman, I'm calling on anti-racist white people to stand up and have a voice right now and say, no, we have to weed these things out. Chief, you know that we still got a lot of work to do. When I got office, I asked you to send me some good people, and you did. I worked really hard with some great police officers in my neighborhood. We have organized different sections of our community, different sections of our neighborhood. So I'm asking you now to really take heed, listen to our community, because we all have changed this all together. We've done this together. You heard the young lady talk about the CSA, Vanessa. She was not, to me, she was not. She was very proactive in helping us change. Look what we did. We did that. We're way ahead of everybody else. Look what we're doing tonight. We're ahead of everybody else in the nation. Let's continue this. God bless all of you. I love you all. Take care.
God bless you, Mary Kay, Councilwoman. Thank you. Next up, we have, I think, Councilwoman Miller. And then Councilwoman Miller, then Councilwoman Kerwin. Councilwoman Miller, and Councilwoman LaFortune. Right? Okay, so Councilwoman Miller, welcome, by the way, and you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yeah, thank you for making this space tonight. Look, I can't speak more eloquently than the first 5 folks we heard from. I think, so I was informed that we got over 2,000 messages from Providence residents to the Finance Committee about this issue, specifically talking about defund the police. I think there's several hundred people outside of City Hall right now. And so I think what I heard tonight very clearly is a call for the community to be a part of the conversation as we continue our budget negotiations, as we continue to make decisions in a difficult budget year. When I have been talking to constituents about it, I have been talking about, just like Deputy Majority Leader said, right? How do we move funds to our community away from situations with police that have been violent and harmful? And so I think, but that's, as many people have said already today, like that's just me. I think what we really need is a pretty thorough process and a pretty thorough conversation. And so I'll be having a meeting in my neighborhood that I hope is just the start of one where we're looking thoroughly at the budget. I also have a few questions for both finance and Colonel Clements. Thank you for being here, Colonel, and possibly Commissioner Parra. I don't know if these would address him. So I'll start. I have a question about the use of force in the Providence Police and how that is addressed. So for example, this week, and this week is not typical, right? So I think there's 2 things. I think we've heard a few testimonies about use of force on individuals, and I've heard those testimonies for as long as I've lived here, right? So for 17 years. And I've heard it from youth of color and adult, like Black and Indigenous people of color, adults throughout my life. So I think the first question, right? So, and also we have this report from PRI today about a man who was driving through downtown early Tuesday morning and was shot by less lethal, I'm assuming that means a rubber bullet, and has lost his eye, right? And is, on top of that, is afraid to come forward and is afraid to tell his name and share his story. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more about the use of force policy, and then connected to that, what the disciplinary procedure is, because I think it would be really helpful in this public and open conversation to get a real clear understanding of what happens when someone is found to be at fault for abusing their power on the force. So yeah, I'd just like to put that question out there, and I thank you for it.
So Commissioner Chief, and would you like to first go on answer the first question about the use of force and how the City of Providence Police Department use it, not use it, et cetera? How does that work? So who would like to speak on it? Would it be the Chief or the Colonel or the Commissioner?
Colonel, go ahead,
I'll go
please.
first. And the commission may weigh in on some of these as well. So yes, use of force we take seriously. We have it well identified in our policy that use of force is looked at along with members from other agencies, the Attorney General's office. And I think I know the data will show that we're held at a very high level of accountability. Now, force is never pretty, and we say that all the time, and we have to look at every single situation in its context to see what force was used, was it justified, and the context and circumstances around that use of force. We're able to share our use of force as it pertains to everything in firearms, and I can tell you the data is staggering. It really is. I mean, you look at some of the incidents of crime we have. I'll give you two snippets in particular. I forget exactly the years, but I want to say it was 2016, 17 or 17, 18. We normally arrest about 140, 150 young men in the community illegally possessing a firearm. We have about 400 robberies. They've gone down because we've done a significant job in reducing crime, but we have about 50 to 75 shootings per year, and between 15 and 20 or 10 and 15 now homicides a year, many by gunfire. All that being said, in those 2 years, we didn't fire one bullet. The Providence police didn't fire one bullet. And if you go back over the years, 2015, 1, 2016, 0, 2017 was the highway incident where we had several. That was an aberration, but there were several there. 2018, 0, 2019, 1. So that's real data, and that's incredible restraint. But as it pertains to use of force, there is a policy where it's looked at. A report is going over through the Office of Professional Responsibility, shared with myself, the Commissioner, and the Rhode Island Attorney General's office as it pertains to serious force. Commissioner?
Yeah, thanks, Colonel. Let me just, I'll talk about the discipline in just 1 second. When he just spoke of, and I've spoken publicly as well, not one shot in one calendar year by 425 active Providence police officers is remarkable statistically and comparatively. And that includes, justifiable shots, accidental shots as well. So that tells me that this police department is really well trained in how to handle their firearm. And they also use that deadly force in the firearm very, very rarely. And you don't see that across the country, particularly in urban policing. So that is a number that not many people know about, and something to be proud of. How do we get there? It's about training, and it's about, the Colonel touched upon, every use of force by any officer at any day needs to be reported. And so that is documented each and every time, and then reviewed by people in the higher command level. So we're reviewing and analyzing trends. I'll end with use of force, and I want to preface, Councilwoman, you mentioned an incident. We are not talking specifically about what was most recently on the news because it's an active inquiry. We're talking generally about our use of force. Discipline. We're driven by what you've come to know as LEOBOR, the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. It's a state law that's been on the books for nearly 40 years. So a police chief in this state cannot discipline over 2 days suspension without pay. They cannot go higher than 2 days without pay suspension without affording the right and due process of the LEOBOR. And I've tried not to belabor and bore you, but LEOBOR, so if we, for instance, if Minneapolis happened here, we couldn't fire that officer, the next day, the next week, or perhaps in 6 months. We had a triple homicide by a Foster police officer years ago that those who have been around know. He stayed on the benefits and the salary for months in Foster because of the LEOBOR. So anything above 2 days suspension, if the officer doesn't accept that discipline by the chief, they can elect to go to a LEOBOR process and a hearing. a mini trial, basically. It's a mini trial that the officer picks one colleague, whomever he or she chooses, the administration picks one, and then there's a neutral that sits in judgment. And they, after hearing all the evidence and cross-examination and exculpatory evidence, then decide whether or not the police chief's sanction and recommendation was the appropriate sanction. And I've been to many of them in my prior life with the state police, and I've been to some with Providence. The problem with that is you cannot suspend without pay an officer unless it's a felony indictment, any misdemeanor that's pending, you cannot suspend without pay. So pay and benefits continue until the misdemeanor, if there is a misdemeanor, is adjudicated, resolved in the criminal court. And then the proceedings can begin with the sanction if it's termination or anything greater than 2 days suspension without pay. It's frustrating to administrators that it takes too long. And when there isn't swift sanction to bad behavior, you don't change future behavior. I'll end there because it is complex and there's a lot of nuances that the state law addresses in the proceedings with Leobor, but every police chief is bound by that state law.
Councilwoman, do you have a follow-up? Councilwoman Miller?
Mr. Chairman, I have actually a long list of budget questions, but I'm happy to circle back around and let other council members ask questions first.
Okay, great. Can I dovetail just a question for the commissioner? The Leoborg law, is that just for Rhode Island or is that a national law?
Just Rhode Island. It's a Rhode Island state law.
Oh, do other states have such a law?
11 others do.
Thank you.
Not identical, but police officer Bill of Rights, there's 12 in this country.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Kerwin? And then Councilwoman Fortune, and then Councilwoman Miller. Okay. Councilwoman Kerwin, welcome, and you have the mic. Can you put your hand down, or how's that work?
Yes, I can.
You're more IT savvy than most of us, so.
I don't know.
Thank you. You have the mic, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you, folks who are listening in. I'm just really, really excited that there are so many people attending. We usually don't get over 200 people ever attending these meetings. So I think it really speaks to the community being passionate and being ready for change and wanting to do a lot of work on this issue. I wanted to also thank our speakers tonight, Vadik, Alexis, Douglas, Vanessa, and Charlotte, as well as the Colonel and Commissioner for being here. I kept I'm not going to say too much, and like Rachel, I do have a list of budgetary questions that I would like to ask at some point this evening. But I was really struck first and foremost by just this outturning of support around this concept, defunding the police, that has come, 2,000 emails, 10,000 people listening as youth organizers made similar calls for defunding of the police force. And then just tonight, hundreds of people in Burnside Park. And so, although I think a lot of folks, hear words like defund or abolish the police and they're scared off and they don't know what it means, and they immediately kind of shut down and become critical. The reality is this is really something that community organizers have been laying the groundwork for years, decades, and it's something that has just massive public support. And I was interested to learn more from the commissioner and the colonel about use of force when responding. In my neighborhood on Smith Hill, I represent a low-income Black and Brown neighborhood, and so there's this really uncomfortable situation that happens when people do call and say that something is happening in their neighborhood and they don't know what to do, whether it's a noise complaint or they see they see violence on the street. Often people say, I would call the police, but I don't know what it will do to threaten this person. I don't know what their immigration status are, if they have citizenship. I don't know what bringing the police into this situation will do to them. And I actually really agreed with Mike Amondi when he said that many of the calls that the police get can be handled without guns. And that makes me kind of wonder how many of the 150,000 roughly calls that we talked about tonight could be handled totally without lethal weapons that have caused our community so much distress. How many of them could be answered by social workers or mental health counselors? Because in my neighborhood, in my role as a counselor, what we've kind of tried to do when there are situations that arise is have kind of like a neighbor to neighbor de-escalation scenario where, if someone's playing loud music, instead of just immediately calling the police, we'll send someone over and knock on the door, just like ask before you immediately kind of escalate this situation and bring in a whole force of people that do have these firearms and do have a full gear that sends a really different message. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that this is an idea that for many people, they have a hard time wrapping their head around. But the reality is we have just a massive, massive amount of community support. And it is about the other campaigns that are part of this too. Counselors, not cops. There are kids in our schools. And this is, again, like we keep saying, coming from the community, coming from youth organizers who said, we want to work on violence prevention strategies. And for us, that means we want cops out of schools because teachers and principals are calling school resource officers, again, that are armed when students are doing something that is really just a behavioral issue that a teacher should be dealing with but doesn't have the resources. And so instead of calling a school resource, a school guidance counselor or a school mental health officer, they call a police officer in schools. So I do have some questions for later on, but I'm gonna end here and ask these questions as the night goes on. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next, Councilwoman LaFortune, and then Councilwoman Anthony. Councilwoman LaFortune.
Thank you, Chair.
You have the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank the speakers this evening. Thank you for sharing your narratives. And thank you for taking the time to speak up. I want to thank the commissioner as well as the colonel for being here, and all the council members and all the people who've reached out and who are also part of this call. There are a couple of things that have brought up, and I also want to echo what my colleagues have said previously. And one of the things that and I do commend the chief and the police department, the commissioner, because for the past few years, we have seen an increase in diversity amongst the police officers that are being hired. But we also brought up the point of, there are bad apples everywhere. And the problem is that when you take an apple and you put it in poor condition, it rottens. And so when the system is not working for the people, and you can check the box, you can hire as many officers of color as you want, but if there isn't systemic change, then nothing will change. And so even like thinking about the defunding of the police, in Camden, New Jersey, they defunded the police officers. They actually required all the police officers they fired all the police officers and had them reapply for their positions. However, the system itself never changed. So now there's still the same issues that existed many years ago. And so we have to listen to the community and hear what people are saying and why they're asking for the police department to be defunded. The number one issue is that there are still practices that exist. Stated the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights it provides an additional layer of due process. In what real world can someone who commits a crime is being investigated or being prosecuted and they ask to pick the person who's going to serve on the jury over their case? And so the system is inequitable and there isn't real justice in that format. And so it needs to be changed. And I know Officer Imandi mentioned, some of the council people who are talking about, supporting this cause or this initiative. They should think about shifting some police officers from their neighborhoods. I'm happy to have that conversation with my community if you are willing to step up and talk about changing the Officers' Bill of Rights. Because if we are all going to work, we all have to have difficult conversations. We all also have to make sure that we're taking approaches that are not the norm, perhaps, and thinking outside of the box. The reality is Black lives are dying. And the whole concept of Black Lives Matter is because people are saying that the humanity of Black people is just as valuable as the humanity of everyone else, including Caucasian folks, everyone else, police officers, teachers, firefighters. It's our humanity matters too. So for over 400 years, when you see a population of people who have sacrificed their bodies, their minds, their time for the construction of this very nation, and yet they're the ones who are constantly being oppressed, it becomes problematic. The other point is in terms of the use of force, I do think there needs to be an assessment of the whole policy because use of force can be interpreted in many ways. Yes, the chokehold policy or ability to chokehold or restrict the airway has been banned, but someone can use of force in other manners that can be harmful to others. And yes, there are a lot of wonderful programs that exist, and I've seen the police department partnered with different organizations, including after-school programs. Right here, Family Services, they've shared with me the great work that you all have done. But again, all this work can be done, but if the system has not shifted, if we do not reform the system, nothing truly changes. And so what I would like to see, and also officers, not cops, I put in a resolution back in February asking for more investment in social emotional support for our students and counselors in schools and to remove school-based police officers. That resolution is still sitting in committee. So students have been advocating, saying, this is our need. And I hear you when it stated, parents should not be calling the police officers for 7-year-olds. But there are families who call the EMT. For example, my sister is a foster parent. She called the EMT because that's the protocol that she has to follow. And you know who showed up? The police officers. And so if the operator is taking the information down and they're saying this is some sort of emotional distress or mental situation, then that information should also be transmitted to the police department so they're not sending officers, but that's not the parent's fault. That's the system's fault. In order for us to affect change, we have to acknowledge the power and privilege that exists in the whole structure of policing. And if we don't acknowledge that and also acknowledge the history, why police departments were developed. I mean, the first official police department was developed in Boston, Massachusetts, and it was to protect the economic wealth of the of that environment. And also they started creating an urban or urbanizing communities. And in the South, it was to protect slavery or the enslaved. And so, well, not protect them, but to protect the whole system of slavery. And so we really need to take a critical look at the curriculum, the training, if those trainings around unconscious bias, anti-racism, if it's really effective, if it's immersive, who's teaching those sections? We also need to think about how can we incentivize police officers who live in the community? The charter was lifted, and what we saw is people leaving the community. So in the past, when I was growing up in Providence, there was a captain that lived on my street. We saw police officers sending their children to our schools. They were in our supermarkets. They were outside engaging with young people, but that doesn't happen. So how can you effectively implement any type of community policing when the police officers are there for a few hours and then they go home? So there's no real relationship that is being built. And then when people are seeing these incidents, these tragic incidents of oppression and police brutality, they're not going to want to develop those positive relationships because they are scared. Unfortunately, not everyone can walk around as a white male. And that is a fact. And so instead of blaming so many things, I think we really need to concentrate on the system, listen to why people are asking for the police department to be defunded, because it's not a matter of checking off a diversity box. It's a matter of taking real action, making decisions that are uncomfortable, and also really acknowledging the problems that exist. I get it. A police officer hasn't shot a bullet in years. But again, the system hasn't shifted either. So thank you for your time. And I'll have some other questions when we start digging into the budget. But we truly need to make more investments in our communities to ensure that people have housing, affordable housing. We're supporting our educational system. We're putting counselors. Our state invested $2 million to increase hiring of the police officers, and then later gave the option of using that fund for counselors. We need to prioritize these things. Counselors in schools, social emotional services, and also having some sort of framework or directives that are public and that are easily accessible. Because right now, if you go on the police department's website, there aren't any type of accountability measures. Like you can't click on any tab to show any type of reporting or directives, policies, etc. So there needs to be more accountability. There needs to be a framework around justice and equity, and also the Law Enforcement and Bill of Rights that has to be amended, either repealed or amended.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you. Next up, Councilwoman Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say how incredibly moved I am by the impassioned speeches of Mr. Kumba, Mr. Morales, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Powers, Ms. Abbasi, Ms. Maldonado. I've also heard my fellow Councilwoman Harris's call to action. We cannot just stand by and not take action to address the systemic problems caused by racism. Ms. Maldonado asked us to listen to the community and hear what they need. I think as members of the Finance Committee, we can use this budget to accomplish some substantive change. And I'm so incredibly grateful for everyone coming to speak this evening. And I believe firmly that we should be having many conversations during the budget process very quickly so that we can really understand where those substantive changes can be made. I do have a question, if this is the appropriate time to start asking questions of Commissioner Perry. If you could explain to me, is the officers' Bill of Rights tied to the police union contracts?
No. The contract is separate. It's state law, and we have to follow the Bill of Rights by way of state law.
Okay, so is it possible so it is possible to either amend it or get rid of it entirely? Without it being subject to a contract negotiation is, I guess, what I'm asking.
Yeah, the General Assembly can change it.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I believe there were Councilwoman Miller. Any other committee members, do you have any comments or questions? Okay. I think Councilwoman Miller, you said you had some follow-up questions. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman. Thank you.
So you have the mic. So why don't you pose your questions, okay?
Thank you very much, sir. So first, I just have like an overall budget question. On the proposed budget submitted, are there federal grants that are reflected in the budget that, and if there are, could you speak a little bit to their purpose? Or if the police department receives federal grants, which I'm pretty sure we do, where they're reflected in public documents?
Let me ask my deputy, Elaine Richards, who is responsible for the overall compilation and presentation of the public safety budget. So she does all the federal grants, and yeah, we have many, but each year it changes depending on availability. So I'll ask Ms. Richards to speak to that, please.
Ms. Richards?
Yes, so,
Mike.
hi, so yes, the Councilwoman, the police department does have many grants. They are not reflected in the budget. The budget before you is only for the general fund. But I'd be happy to provide to you what grants the police department does have.
Yeah, thank you. I would love to see the federal grants and learn a little bit more about the programs involved there, and to have those documents be reflected as part of the public record. So thank you for that. I'm going to keep going until you cut me off, Chairman. So I've got a couple more budget questions.
You guys, I know the Councilwoman Kerwin wants questions too, so we'll do everything we can to accommodate everybody. Councilwoman Miller?
Appreciate you. Thank you. And I think this is more a question for the Colonel. Again, Colonel Clement, thank you so much for joining us tonight and being part of this conversation. I was looking at the personnel supplemental, and I think I want to just clarify something again for conversations as we move forward in the community. So the police department, for the purpose of the discussion, right? We have civilian personnel, and then we have sworn officers personnel. And in the personnel supplemental, there's 2 columns. And so I just want to clarify that we're talking about roles. We are talking in our budget about the second column, right? We are talking about funding, operations, entire funding positions that are filled, and not having open positions in either the sworn officers or in the civilian that are unfilled.
So when I can answer that also.
Thank you. Absolutely.
So when
Ms.
you look at
Richards?
the personnel supplement, the first column are the allowed positions, the second column are the funded positions.
So and I appreciate the organization chart that was submitted as part of the budget narrative. What I don't see in it is a understanding of how many maybe this is more just for sworn officers, but both civilian and sworn officers being addressed to specific units within the police. And related to that, I'm wondering if there exists somewhere an overview of all of the different units of the police department, and if there's a mission statement attached to the units.
So yes, Councilwoman Miller. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, we can make that available. That's
Just so everybody knows, the reason why I'm announcing their names, because for the record, the public doesn't necessarily know who's speaking, so that's why I identify them. That's just Robert's Rules of Order, that's all. Chief Clements, you have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Councilwoman, in reference to your question, so in the document that you have with the table of organization, no, it doesn't break it down by division or bureau with the manpower or workforce within that unit, within that bureau, within that division. Well, we have that in our internal organizational chart. We could easily provide that of how many officers in specialized unit, whether it be detectives, special victims unit, school resource officers, so on and so forth. But yes, we have all that. We do have mission statements for the police department. We have, we compile a end of year annual report that identifies the accomplishments of each unit, the mission of each unit. And to start every year, we also do goals and objectives for the department-wide, and as well unit-wise. And we try to hit those goals and objectives throughout the year, and then we compile that end of year annual report.
Thank you. And this is Councilor Miller again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Miller? Yep.
This is possibly a question for the Director of Finance, Elaine. Where do school resource officers live in the police budget or in the city budget?
It's Elaine Richards again. They are focused under the patrol officer line item on the salary line item.
And do you know offhand how many school resource officers are in that item right now?
Yes, there were 8 of them.
Thank you. And this is more of back to a little bit of a process question, but again, I think we've all spoken about how many people are engaged in this discussion among the public. And I'm curious about how we can share a little bit more about the work of the Providence Police Department. And I'm wondering if there's a calls for service log that can be made public, you know, over some period of time. I know that I am sure, based on how many calls I get about fireworks, that there's a seasonality to those calls. So I'm wondering if there's a way to share a public document that refers to calls for service over the past calendar year or a calendar year.
That's not a problem.
Mr. Chairman, Hugh Clements, yes, absolutely. We can break that down by the incident in the CAD system and get you a calendar year report on those numbers.
Just for everybody's edification, when a council member or some of the public requests information from the panel, could you please forward it to the internal auditor so they can make sure they can also disperse it to the rest of the council? Anybody would like them also, okay? Thank you. Councilwoman Miller?
Thank you. And then I have the 2 items, and so I think we've when we look at the budget closely, we see that by and large it's about personnel and it's about salary and benefits. The 2 items that constituents have asked me at, so I want to make sure to ask you all here today about. One of them is the increase in ammunition, and if you could speak to what ammunition stock the Providence Police has currently, and you know what the increase is for and where that would go.
Colonel, Commissioner?
Could
you answer the question about ammunition per the Councilwoman's request?
Yeah, so it's Stephen Parry, the commissioner, responding. We have to qualify by statute annually. Every police officer has to go to the range and we have to qualify. So we use ammunition for that. Depending on how much training that officer needs and wants, then it depends on the number of bullets that are used. Our special response unit, our specialized unit, they're at the range monthly, and depending on the particular weapon and drill, they're shooting a lot of bullets from various guns to keep their skill set at such a high level. So I couldn't tell you, but certainly we'll get you what we go through annually as far as ammunition, but it is a lot because we invest in training to keep that skill set really high and keep the confidence of every officer high. So when they are under stress and they may have to use their gun, they do it in a way that they revert back to training. So I'll get you the numbers. I just don't have it off the top of my head, but it's probably in the tens of thousands, if not 100,000 ammunition bullets that we go through in varying calibers for various guns.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilwoman Miller?
Thank you. I have, we're down to the last 2. So my next question is related to the various, and again, this is something I've heard a lot from constituents, So just various questions. If anyone could speak to the canine unit, the equestrian unit, and the role of those units in your everyday policing, how those fit in, when they're used, what the strategy is, I think that would be helpful and beneficial.
Commissioner Colonel, could you answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hugh Clements.
Colonel?
I'll speak about the Equestrian Mounted Command. They've been a part of and a vital unit of the Providence Police Department for many years. They serve a very vital function in the form of community relations. You will see them throughout the city at every major event throughout the city, and they are a big hit. I can tell you that, both with the students, with the community, but as well, over the years, they've been very effective in crowd control. And we use them judiciously, and that, you know, we care deeply and dearly about our mounted command. And unfortunately, they've had bricks, rocks, bottles thrown at them. They've been injured. So we're cautious about the environment that we use them in. But they are very effective in crowd control. But as well, they're a really effective unit for the police department for our style of policing in community engagement.
How many mounted officers are there?
4. We used to have well over a dozen, but you know, there's a unit like many that have gone down through the attrition of the department. But you know, the canine are used in various modes and aspects of policing in Providence. Certainly search and rescue. We have narcotics sniffing dogs. We have explosive sniffing dogs, and in apprehensions as well. And as well, it's been rare, but they can be used for crowd control. But you rarely see that type of use from our canine. They're predominantly used for the top 3 items that I mentioned: search and rescue, narcotics, and explosives. They're very skilled, they're very effective, and very helpful. Recently, we've made several apprehensions with the nitrate sniffing dogs of illegal firearms on the street.
Thank you, Colonel. And again, I'd ask, how many canine dogs do you have on that unit?
Elaine, do you have that number? I'm offhand. 5?
5.
All right. Colonel, Mr. Chairman, Elaine, thank you very much. Those are my questions for the moment.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I believe Councilwoman Kerwin, you had questions? Councilwoman Kerwin?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Sure. So you have the mic, and you can forward your questions, please.
Okay. I was wondering, I have like 5 or 6 questions. I was wondering, first of all, I've been getting a bunch of calls about this incident with Sergeant Hanley, where a young person was assaulted by an officer, and then also this incident that has been getting a lot of news attention today with the individual who was shot in the eye. And so I'm wondering how many officers are currently under investigation, and who within the department is like in charge of conducting investigations like these.
Commissioner Colonel?
Chairman, Hugh Clements. So in charge of Office of Professional Responsibility is Major Oscar Perez, well known in the community. He's worked in District 2. You know, Councilwoman Mary Kay Harris was very upset when he was taken from the community. He's going on to be elevated in promotion and serve a different role. So he has a team of 4 sergeants, and they investigate incidents that are called into question by the police. The exact number under investigation at this point, certainly you've identified 2. Offhand, I can think of, there are 3 or 4 others. That unit certainly sees its upticks, and then certain periods of time where there's dormant, there's no action. But I can tell you we're pretty attentive. when people make complaints, that office gets quite busy. And we try to be fair and just in our investigations and consistent in the discipline. But I can tell you that this police department, in comparison with major police departments that are fully professional and accredited, is disciplined in a strong manner, and will continue to. I think it's important to continue to serve that mantra, professionalism and respect in the community. Everybody makes mistakes, and we try to do it in a progressive form. All discipline is progressive, and certainly if one single act of something that's called into question is so egregious, it certainly could rise to the level of a law enforcement officer's Bill of Rights. So again, I have the ability to suspend without pay for up to 2 days. But oftentimes we have a good working relationship with the FOP, and oftentimes it ends up being more than that, where we come into agreement on what the penalty shall be without going to a law enforcement officer Bill of Rights hearing with a panel, which is time consuming and delays the process. So we discipline often.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, the department says they take racism seriously. What work is going on within the department around, trainings around race relations and racism and de-escalation, and how does the department define racism?
Commissioner, Colonel, you want to start with defining racism and then maybe go into the conversation about how you deal with, looks like race relations, programs, and et cetera?
Sure, I mean, I'll begin. Racism is the unfair treatment of people based on their race, quite simply. And, over the years, we have tried to be aggressive and eradicate that kind of behavior when it is identified, and it has been, and we've been aggressive with a few cases that has risen within the ranks of the Providence Police Department. We constantly both train our officers as much as we can in cultural diversity and sensitivity over many years. Racial profiling came here, was here, but came on the East Coast 25 to 30 years ago. And I know this, and I wasn't here at the time, but I know this police department, along with the state police, came to the table and began collecting data to determine what was happening with traffic stops and, analyzing that data. And we still collect data and analyze that data as much as we can. We proactively identify officers that have an inordinate number of stops as it relates to race or ethnicity or gender, to use sort of a red flag. What's happening with that officer? Do we need to train or keep a closer supervision as it relates to his or her behavior? We started also collecting the number of times that we search and who is it that we're searching by officer. So we track that as closely as we can, so we can see some trends and patterns if they start to appear being proactive. We can't get enough of, the sensitivity training, whatever is out there, and how we can bring that to our police officers. It's valuable, and we're constantly trying to, both educate and sensitize our folks when it comes to race and the treatment of people. We have we have a long way to go as well. And we're always searching for effective training modules. It's a big department, and we can't take 420 officers off the road and just train them for an 8-hour block. One of the things that we've been missing in this profession in Rhode Island is, a block of training. It's unfortunate that some officers come on but for some, domestic violence training and other, topics, we electronically train on our system in the computer, but we don't do a good job in Rhode Island in taking the officer, across the state, taking the officer off the street for a 40 or an 80-hour block of training so we can put him or her in these scenarios, whether it's classroom or role playing, that really is effective training in a whole host of topics. So, and, that's on us as a community and a state that we don't invest in training in our police officers, every single year. But that's just what it's been. And we do the best we can with limited resources in getting training dollars and getting those training modules to our police officers.
Mr. Chairman, Hugh Clements.
Yep. Colonel Clements, please.
If I may, just to supplement.
One second, Councilman Espinola, I have you after Councilman Kerwin's done with a question. Councilman Espinola, okay? Colonel?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So bias-based policing pursuant to our national accreditation certification, we do on a yearly basis every single year. We provide that training. And if I may add, this training isn't just performed by police officers. Members of the Providence Police Department serve on over 50 boards in this city. I myself serve on over a dozen. And inclusive in all of these boards that we serve on, we do a lot of cross-training. So as an example, the Commission on Prejudice and Bias, they come to our police academy and they do some in-service training for the Providence Police Department, as well as all of these other commissions and boards that we serve on. There's a lot of cross-training, and to the commission, to the organization, they come into the Providence Police Department and train Providence Police, Nonviolence Institute, Providence After School Alliance, Family Service Rhode Island, Day One, LBGTQ, Toby Ayers from Rhode Island Communities for Justice. They all have involvement in training with, and we do some cross-training with their organizations as well. It's all part of our model.
Thank you, Colonel. Councilman Kerwin, a follow-up question?
Yeah, I do have a follow-up to that question. You both kind of mentioned there isn't a ton of training, or not as much training as you would like for officers. I'm wondering, how is that training different for school resource officers? Because we know that school resource officers are policing in schools that are over 90% students of color. And like I mentioned before, often they're called for behavioral issues. So obviously, it's very necessary that they receive the utmost training in de-escalation and understandings of the school to prison pipeline. So I just want to see what's the difference kind of then between the general police force and school resource officers.
Mr. Chairman, take that one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Councilwoman, that unit of 8, it used to be bigger. That unit of 8 gets specified training because of the environment that they work. And I can get you the exact training that they do have. And I speak to the importance of that unit for that reason. I mean, we get a lot of calls for service to the schools. And it's always made sense to me and to us in the leadership of the department where, if we have 3 days in a row, a call to a specific school, and today you get Clements, and tomorrow you get Parry, and the next day you get Verdi, you get 3 different responses. Yeah, where if you have a specifically trained officer who is well known in that school environment by the students, by the administration, he has that specific training, we have found that we become a model in the SRO program. And I think it's a benefit to have that same individual with that specified training. But I can get you exactly the type of training and their backgrounds, those officers. They handpick. It's not a seniority thing. We pick the right people for those positions. And there's some really valuable stories that we've heard from young men and women in the community for their relationships.
Councilwoman?
Yeah, thank you. I just have one last question. I'm wondering how many community or public relations officers there are in the department.
Mr. Chairman?
Colonel, please.
Clements. So, you know, in the community-oriented policing model of departments around the country, they found that a failure was to have specific community relations type units or officers performing community-oriented policing. The ones who've had success are the departments that do it department-wide. So to answer that question pointedly, it's the entire department. We have a community relations unit that drives all of the community activities during the course of the week, the weekends and nights. But it's the entire department that's trained in, you know, in different iterations, they perform that community-oriented policing function. But it's not a specific unit.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Councilwoman? Thank you, Councilwoman. Next up is Councilman Pedro Espinal. Councilman Espinal, clerk, could you make sure he's unmuted?
Now I am.
Thank you. Councilman Espinal, you have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of this distinguished panel. Thank you so much for your passionate statements, and members of the public that are listening to us right now. Mr. Chairman, we have a problem. See, this brings me back 20 years when I used to be an organizer out there, Direct Action for Right to Equality, along with Mary Kate Harris. And I remember us coming before City Council when we were trying to institute PARA, Providence External Review Authority. We had issues then, and those issues that we had still the very same today. So that tells me that we have a major problem because the community does not trust the police, as eloquently expressed by Vanessa Flores. But when they see the police, they feel afraid. When people call the police or when they see the police, they should not be afraid. They should feel safe. And that's not the case today. So they don't trust the police. They're frustrated and they're outraged. And we must understand that if we are to move forward and produce some results for our citizenry. Commissioner and Chief Clements spoke about the profiling. And my question to them is there racism in the Providence Police Department today as you know it? And if so, the tools that you have in place, do they allow you to do the work that you will need to do in order to eradicate that? Chief Clement, please.
I'm sorry. Stephen Parry, the Commissioner of Public Safety. I think there's racism across the world in every profession. And that's in the hearts and minds of people that you may never see, it may never be exposed. And so how they treat people based on their feelings of that race or ethnicity or person, you know, they act upon. And the awareness of your bigotry or your prejudice is where you need to manage your perceptions when you deal with people. So is there racism? Sure there is. We try to identify, your prejudices within yourself as a police officer, and it's like that in every profession, and identify that, and so you can manage that and not let it judge your decision and your behavior as a police officer. And so how do we identify people police officers that treat people, differently, and that's in behaviors, close supervision, complaints. If Parry is treating, a group of people, whether it's young, whether it's Latino, whether it's African American, if the chief or the administration doesn't know about it and it doesn't get kicked up, then it just persists. And that's what I think we see with departments that end up killing Black males, because it's a persistent issue within a department that never gets addressed early. If we identify, we identify an officer that perhaps is even his or her colleagues, that we address it. There's no tolerance in this police department for treating people differently, whether they think it's funny, whether they think it's just humor, that we stop that immediately. And that's the culture that we've tried to set and have no tolerance. And we've had instances in the past several years that we've moved strongly on and removed police officers from this department that, in our opinion, had no place in this profession, in this police department. But it's not as easy as, just pointing and figuring out who has a hatred in their heart and who behaves in a way that's racist. But of course it is. It's in every human body. But to what extent is it, and how do you manage that and educate that with every individual across all races and ethnicity?
Which leads to my next question, because we also spoke about training. All right, can you actually train someone not to be racist?
As I said,
in all reality, I mean, I find that difficult to believe that you can actually train someone not to be racist.
Well, when you say racism, what is that and to what extent? So racism to me is when people have prejudices in their mind and in their heart and in their behavior towards a certain group. And how do you detect that, and how do you identify that, and what can you do about it? It's not as easy as, Parry is stopping 100 people of color and never stops Caucasians. Well, that's pretty flagrant and easy to identify. But the other, why is an individual treating a person of color differently? And what we do about it as soon as we think this is happening really matters. And so if you're a racist and you're not acting on your hatred and prejudice in this field, then you have it in check. I think we all have prejudices, and we can never eliminate our prejudices. It's just who we are as human beings, but we certainly can expose those prejudices, educate what it means when you feel a certain way with a certain group, so you can manage that and not let that interfere with whatever your function is in the police department.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just think it's sad and hard to understand that this day and age, we're today here having this type of conversation. I think we're moving backwards instead of moving forward. So it is pretty obvious that we need some form of reform, that we need change. I think we can all agree on that. So with that in mind, I encourage everyone to come together and to be part of this. I feel that we need to move forward to transform our city, our society, our police department, whatever that entails. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Councilman. Colonel, and then Councilwoman Mary Kay Harris. Colonel,
Very,
you have the mic.
very quick. I just wanted to add one thing along Councilman Espinal's question, that prior to entry into the Providence Police Academy, candidates have to go for before a psychological review exam. And it's a pretty certified, well-validated process, and candidates are eliminated, and that certainly is a component of the validation of that process. So that's helpful because it's scientifically certified in trying to root out those particular individuals. Yeah, I just add that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Next up is Councilwoman Deputy Majority Leader Harris. Councilwoman, you have the.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is for our Colonel. What is the mood of our police officers in Providence with so much attention and highlights on police brutality throughout globally? Just with all the attention, what is the mood? Is there any tension? And if there is, what is it that you are doing to eliminate that so it would not shift down into the community? Please, if you can answer.
Commissioner Colonel?
Yes. Mr.
Colonel?
Chair. Yeah, so I speak about this all the time, that all events in policing, urban policing, American policing are global. So whether an event happens in San Jose, California, or Abilene, Texas, and is captured on social media footage, we have to contend with it here in our city. So it's a very valid question, and we're constantly on top of that. And with that being said, use of force is never pretty. I can tell you that. And we train for this all the time, but even when you see it, it is not pretty. If, 3 members of this panel here or 5 members of this panel moved in to arrest me for being disorderly at this council meeting, and I was resistant, I was reluctant to have handcuffs put on me, it's not pretty. But to answer your question, it's constant attention to the perception of what it looks like in the public. And in today's present state, it's a real issue. And I think every single member of the Providence Police Department is well aware of what is going on nationally, globally, to the man, to the woman, denounced the actions of that officer in Minneapolis, and taken it to a very high degree of consciousness as to the work they're doing out there. It's difficult work. We're sent to all sorts of calls with ambiguous information. There are oftentimes flashpoint incidents that could flip in a heartbeat. And that's why I caution, a community, a society without any police. There are some dangerous situations that we get exposed to. And I think all in all, remarkably, our use of restraint and a lack of use of force in a lot of those circumstances is good, really good. It's incredible. However, when it is used, it never looks good. I certainly admit that, whether it's here or any police department. Commissioner, you add anything?
May I follow up? I think I may
Deputy
not.
Majority Leader Harris?
Yes,
follow-up,
please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a lot of tension throughout the nation, even with, you've seen with even in our, it doesn't matter. It's a lot of tension. And I can imagine being able to try to balance what the cry of a community is and police at the same time. My question was, is there any opportunities, any counseling, anything that is provided for our police officers even in this time? Because this is an opportunity too to start to see how people handle things under stress. A lot of people don't always handle things the same way. You know, we can't tell who is actually racist, but we can tell when people do have excessive behavior towards people by the way they conduct themselves. They can even have derogatory terms that they use. That can be a beginning of what we see when we see people, you know, really abusing their power. So right now there is this is a serious time. This is a catalyst in our country. This is a time for us to really look at some things very serious. I appreciate what we have done in Providence, and I appreciate how we've been able to come together and you know, as community, police, and as a city. However, there is much more that has to be done. When you hear young Black men who are giving testimonies and feel fearful, even telling their stories, there is something wrong. And this has been going on for years. I've been involved with this movement for a very long time about trying to reform, look for accountability, look for a way where our community can really have police that come to our community, but come to the community with respect, in a way that they're not coming to try to even agitate situations even more. I really want to know, what are we doing to handle stress levels at this time for our police officers who are under just as much stress, I'm assuming, that we are as a nation, as a people that are right now in this difficult time. We all are under stress. We all are at some point of accountability right now. And we need to understand what is happening as far as the police officers in our communities, on our streets, sitting in their cars. What is the atmosphere? What is it? What is being done for them to not feel even more fearful around community? That's what I'm asking. And I'm hoping I'm clear, Chief.
Colonel, Commissioner?
The Chairman, Hugh Clements. So thank you for the question, Deputy. So yes, several organizations that we partner with have reached out to us in the last week for that particular exact type service that we'll be looking to provide to those members in need. Without question, this is a tense moment in American cities, in American communities, and certainly here as well in Providence. So we just never had the opportunity during this last week. We've been busy, and we haven't been able to address that in a individual way or department-wide way to this point, to be totally honest with you. And however, I have sat down with the director of the peer support unit. We've had this conversation, and it's in the works.
Thank you, Colonel.
Mr. Chair, may I just add to it, please?
You have the mic, sir.
Stephen Parry, the Commissioner. Thank you, Councilwoman Harris. Yeah, we're concerned with the mental well-being of our police officers, you know, not only, you know, now, but in the past. The police officers are hard. They're hard charging and they never ask for help. That's why we have high rates of alcoholism and abuse of substances and divorce and all those things that this job, you know, impacts human beings. And that's what exactly we are. Our EAP, our, you know, employee assistance program, which is run by police officers, which is not very well funded, but supported certainly by this administration, that when somebody puts up their hand and asks for help, that they get help by their own police colleagues that we don't know. They don't report up to the chief or the commissioner. We get them the help they need. It's those folks that try to do it on their own and are struggling. And when we see behavior that is abnormal by another otherwise, you know, pretty calm and constant police officer, and all of a sudden we're getting 2 and 3 reports of behavior that's inconsistent, we immediately get a reach out to that officer to find out what's going on and what we can do to help. We do a poor job in this profession. We just do. And, but we are poor in asking for help, just like, you know, most people in this world, that we just go on our own. But yeah, it is concerning, and we try to keep the morale up despite, you know, us creating this, particularly with the Black community. And there's the boiling frustration that, you know, we need to change and need to lead the change, but they are human beings as well. And they are under enormous amount of stress, but that's our job, and we signed up for it, and we got to keep them healthy to get through these difficult times where I believe there's opportunity for systematic change to deal with what we're faced right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Majority Leader Harris, do you have an additional question?
I do, but I'll save it for our next, because I know we're not done. This is the beginning of our conversations.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader. Next, we have Councilwoman Anthony. You have the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have two very quick follow-up questions. I was wondering if we could, do you have the total amount of the salaries paid to the school resource officers?
Ms. Richards probably has it at her fingertips. This is Commissioner Parry speaking.
Thank you.
Deputy Richards, do you have that for the councilwoman?
Yes, this is Deputy Commissioner Elaine Richards. The total is $529,902.
902, did you say?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then the other question I have is, does the police union have to sign off on disciplinary action? I'm just trying to, you know, we talked about Oscar Perez doing the disciplinary duties with his 4 sergeants. And if they make a decision, does it have to be signed off by the police union?
No, it does not. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Mike Diamandi, President of the FOP. It does not have to be signed off. It does not have to be signed off on by the union. It is up to the individual officer if he wants to accept the punishment or not.
And then what happens if he doesn't accept the punishment?
Depending on how many days the punishment is, or what the punishment amounts to, or what the infraction is, that's when they can call in the Lieber Act. If it's over 2 days of punishment and he doesn't agree with it, the Lieber Act kicks in. If it's departmental charges or a misdemeanor. If it's a felony, and I think the misconception here is, if it's a felony, the department can suspend that person without pay for an indefinite period of time until the trial is over. The trial is over, and then he faces a panel of 3, an independent, I should say a neutral, a department pick, and the officer's pick. He faces that board if he survives the case, the criminal case. If he does not, then he's terminated.
And how is, I'm sorry, one more question, Mr. Chair. And how, I'm sorry, who comprises that 3-person panel?
The department picks a person, the officer picks a person, and then the 2 together, and the colonel can correct me if I'm wrong on this, or Commissioner Parry. The 2 together, their legal counsels will confer on who the neutral is agreed upon.
And will that neutral be a officer?
It could be an officer, it could be, what's that, Colonel?
I'm sorry, no, go ahead.
Yes. Commissioner?
Yeah, so the
Second, can you explain the neutral aspect, how it's picked, a little more specific, and could it be a police officer? By the way, could it be a police officer from the police department, Providence, or could it be a police officer from the state police or any other police department? I'd like to understand that too. So, Commissioner?
Yes, please, Stephen Parry, the commissioner. So the president is right. The officer chooses an individual. The department bringing the charges chooses an individual. Those 2 confer. If they can agree on a neutral, then that neutral can be from another department, can be anyone that they agree upon. If they cannot agree on the 3rd person that's going to sit on this panel, which we call a neutral, then the department goes to the presiding justice of the Superior Court. It's a female, so she then selects from 2 lists when she has to appoint a neutral to a leobor. And the list comprises of a list that's annually submitted by the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association and a second list that is provided by the Rhode Island FOP and unions. And she works off of that list, and it alternates. Next case up, it is selected from the list that is up next, and then alternates back and forth. So the luck of the draw, if you will, is who your neutral will be for a leobor panel. I hope that explains it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Commissioner.
Councilwoman Anthony, do you have any follow-up questions?
I don't. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Committee members, do you have questions? Council members? Oh, Councilwoman LaFortune. Make sure you have, see it? There you go, great.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just thank you, Chair. I just have a quick follow-up question. So what are the options that are given to the police officers? So let's say there's an incident that it's investigated, and I just want to clarify. So they're investigated by a body of their own peers. That's one. And two, once, if it's a misdemeanor, what are the options that are given to the police officers? So if there's, are they given any options, or they're automatically suspended?
Did you say this case involves Stephen Parry responding to you?
Yeah, no, just in general. So let's say it's a misdemeanor. I'm just using that as a broad example. So what are some options, or any type of case? And let's say after the investigation, the Internal Affairs Board may find that, the claims that was brought before, and the officer is, I don't want to use the word guilty because it's not the court of law, or found responsible. Are they just automatically suspended? Is that the option, or are the officers given any other option besides like suspension, or what are the options that are afforded to the officer?
So it all depends on the circumstances, right? So if it's just an infraction without any crime, then if the department suspends, they have to suspend with pay. When you're trying to discipline someone, if the police chief thinks that a 6-month suspension without pay, then that is what they provide to that officer and say, this is your discipline. And the officer can elect to accept that and begins serving his 6-month without pay discipline, or not accept that, try to negotiate it down, or just elect to go to this leobor. Now, if you are charged with a crime on a misdemeanor, you have to suspend with pay, and you have to adjudicate that misdemeanor case before the leobor proceedings begin. And it gets a little complicated, but this law is complicated. If after 180 days, which is 6 months, that misdemeanor case isn't adjudicated, the department can move without pay because the case has gone too long, but there's a hearing before the district court, or I believe Superior Court, that the officer can move for continuation of suspended with pay on a misdemeanor if he or she can claim that the delay in the resolution of the misdemeanor case was no fault of their own, and the court can extend that mandate that you suspend, you continue to hold suspension with pay. On a felony, you can't be a police officer if you're convicted of a felony. Once you are indicted, and it's a legal term, once you are indicted, the department can suspend that officer without pay, obviously, to that case is adjudicated. If it's convicted by whatever means, plea or trial, then he or she is no longer a police officer. is you be a convicted felon and be a police officer. If it's pled down to a misdemeanor, then it's not an automatic termination and you're back to the Leobar proceedings. I hope that's helpful. I know there's a lot.
So if the officer is indicted, they can and they could be suspended without pay, but would they still receive their benefits and would they still be entitled to retirement? Yeah.
Yeah, so they their benefits continue, salary stops. And it gets more complicated, you know, depending on if they're vested in the system, in the pension system over 10 years. Then, you know, they have a right and an interest to that investment. If it's over 20 years, same thing, they can retire, but we have gone before the pension board asking for either a reduction or revocation in their pension because this city has an ordinance of good service. So we can revoke, but it hasn't happened in my 9 years that I've been here. And I think it's rare that the pension is reduced or revoked.
Chairman, can I just ask one more question, please?
Councilwoman LaFortune, yes, please.
Thank you. So let's say the officer decides that they don't want to go through the process. Are there any options given? Can they resign? Again, just like trying to understand the process that's in place or, you know, the practices when it comes down to addressing an incident.
Sure. So yeah, you can resign from the police department at any time you want. We can't block your resignation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can retire if you're vested, and you can leave after 10 years, and you're vested in the pension.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing that we can do to stop that. The only thing that we can do if you do have a vestment in our pension or a retirement in our pension, we can go before that board and ask for, as I said, a reduction or a revocation of your pension or your investment.
Okay.
Councilman LaFortune?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, President Matos, Deputy Majority Leader Harris. President Matos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted, I have a question actually for some of the members of the community that spoke. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for your testimony. And I would like to ask, I don't know if Ms. Maldonado is still available, but during her testimony, she said something about wait for the community. And I just wanted to know if you can expand on that, about what you mean when you're telling us wait for the community. Thank you.
Ms. Maldonado, would you mind answering the question?
Yes. Hi, I'm still here. Yeah, so what I mean by that is that our community needs to talk to we need to talk to each other. We need to figure out exactly when we say defund the police, where are we saying that? Where specifically are we trying to defund? And then, you know, we'll have this money. So what do we want to invest in, right? Because it's not just defund, it's also invest. We want to invest in our youth. We want to invest in housing, in jobs. And so that's the conversation that the community is trying to have right now around, yes, defund, yes, divest, but where are we then going to invest this money? What is our priority as a community based on what we're seeing, especially because we're still under COVID? What is it that we really need to be doing with that money instead? So that's what I meant by that comment.
Madam President?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maldonado.
Thank you. Deputy Majority Leader Harris?
All right, I'm unmuted. I just want to make sure I understand as we're trying to figure out this conversation around accountability and discipline. And I guess I can ask this, and any of you in law enforcement can really answer it. If Mr. Floyd's life would have been taken here, would there have been, would our chief had the opportunity to call for the police to be fired? The direct action that was taken in Minneapolis, with what we have as restraints, would that been able to happen for us?
No.
I think you touched on it, Colonel. I think you started to talk about it, but I think it's important that we understand the restraints that we are talking about here. So please, can you
Commissioner?
Yeah, it's Stephen Parry, and certainly the Colonel can answer. Under our Leobor, the answer is no. We would not be able to fire, which to me means terminate from employment, benefits, and everything. And even after the act was committed, we would have to wait until that individual was indicted. And that means getting an indictment, a charge out of the grand jury, since it's a capital offense and a homicide. So we wouldn't be able to stop his salary until we get an indictment from a grand jury, and then we stop his salary. The benefits continue until he's convicted of that crime, and then we stop his benefits.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner, can I just, hang on, Councilman, just want to make sure I understand. So in Minneapolis, do they have this policeman's bill of rights?
I don't know that, it's Stephen Parry. I don't know the answer if they're one of 12. I don't know.
Chair, they do have it.
Oh,
to answer your question.
Okay. So can I just follow up on that question? So if in Minneapolis, didn't they fire the officer immediately? I thought that's what happened. Like 2 days later, then they do that? No. Okay. So, Ms. Molinaro, do you know what happened? Did they fire the officer immediately? What happened with the officer? Do you know specifically?
Hi. So just so that y'all know, the state, there are the 11 other states that have the Officer Bill of Rights includes California, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Minnesota, Nevada, New Mexico, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. So just to let y'all know.
Okay. And then, Commissioner, you're saying that if that egregious act happened here in Providence, it would have taken this greater effort to address it? Is that what you were saying? I want to make sure I understand that.
Yes, it's Stephen Parry. Under the statute, you have to be informed, which is a felony charge by the Attorney General here in this state. So you have to be indicted, and you get indicted by either the Attorney General or a grand jury. Since it's a capital offense, all capital offenses go to a grand jury for indictment.
Thank you. I just wanted to dovetail so I understand that. Okay. And I know we have Councilman Espinal, and then, I'm sorry. And I think Ms. Molinaro, did you have something else you want to?
Yeah, sorry. I never got around to answering your question about what happened to the officers.
Yeah, I mean, no, the first officer, the officer, the first one. What happened with the very first one? Didn't they take some type of immediate action with that first officer?
It took a while. So there were actually a couple of days protests that happened. The National Guard was deployed, and it wasn't. So George Floyd died on May 25th. The officer was not arrested until May 29th. So it took 4 days of nationwide protests for that to happen. And this is, I do want to note, this is very unique.
Okay, thank you.
I understand, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Majority Leader?
We understand it. I just want to make this clear. There's a difference in the arrest that taking place to the immediate action that was taken to fire the officer. I'm just trying to understand that. If we can understand the timeline between waiting for the AG here in Rhode Island compared to what that direct action was taken then, it'll be a little easier to understand, you know, if we are looking at, okay, where is the best place to put our energy in a fight? What would it need to take for policy changes? So if that's the case, we need to understand why Minneapolis was able to immediately fire that police officer if they have police bill of rights as well. I'm just trying to understand. I don't know whether that's, I'm just trying to understand the action behind that.
Chair?
Thank you. Thank you again.
Oh, sorry, Chair, I just.
Oh, sorry, Councilman LaFortune. There you go. Sorry.
I just wanted to directly, because I was wondering the same thing that Deputy Majority Leader Harris has stated. So I read the Officer Bill of Rights in Minneapolis. The language is different. So there are the 11 states that have it. They're different. They don't all look the same. And I think there's a foundation that actually said that Rhode Island may have the most rigid Officer Bill of Rights. So part of it too is how is the language, the framework that it provides for process and practices.
Councilman LaFortune, when they say rigid, they mean rigid towards greater protection and more difficulty to address the officer's egregious acts?
They didn't necessarily state. I think you can interpret it on your own when you read and you do a comparison between the Bill of Rights, but the language is different. And when you look at the different states that have it, none of them are exactly the same.
And if I may answer, City Solicitor Chiaverini, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Could you, I know you can't do it right now, could you do an analysis, for the City Solicitor's Office, do an analysis of the Policeman Bill of Rights that we have in Rhode Island and clearly Minneapolis too, and how does it play out with these other Policeman Bill of Rights throughout the country and the ones that don't have it? I think it'd be I think that'd be very helpful, at least for me to understand it. Clearly, it's a very cumbersome process, and I'm not going to pass judgment, but I'd like to, I just want to know how it all works out. So could you possibly do an analysis, by the way? We'd like to have an analysis, City Solicitor do an analysis on that and break it all down for us, and then we can bring it back to the committee and we can discuss it. Will you put that on the agenda?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. And now I have Councilman Espinal, then President Matos. And hopefully, Councilman Espinal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be brief, as you just asked the very same question that I was going to ask. I think that we do need to compare our officer's Bill of Rights to that of the other 11 states that have it and see what we can come up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. President Matos, I believe you're here.
Thank you.
President Matos.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to lower it now, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask the question, actually. I want to hear from the FOP. I want to know from Mr. Aimande, what was the conversation, was the reaction, your reaction and the reaction of your members when you saw what happened in Minneapolis?
To be completely honest with you, we were outraged. Okay. We don't condone that type of behavior. We never will. Okay. As I said before, and Colonel and the Commissioner agree, we have the most professional officers that we believe in the country. No good officer, okay, no good officer would condone that type of behavior. Okay. That clearly should not have happened. And that person will be dealt with exactly the way he should be. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to figure out if, as an organization, at any point did you guys took this as an opportunity to talk about how you can improve and how this can be a learning opportunity for everybody and for the members of your organization?
Unfortunately, with all types of incidents like this, because they are unfortunate incidents that take place when there's a loss of life, everybody learns something from it. The community learns something from it. The officers will learn something from it. And, officers talk with each other. And I haven't found one officer yet that I've spoken to that has condoned that type of behavior and would act in that manner. It doesn't, we don't, in Providence, have officers that are that overly aggressive. Okay, we really don't. We weed out, as the commissioner said earlier about the bad apples. If you have a couple of bad apples, you get rid of the bad apples. You don't cut down the whole tree. The tree's not bad, it's the bad apples. And any business or any organization has a certain percentage of people that just don't belong. We all understand this. But Providence, I would say, has a 97%, 95 to 97% success rate as far as their police officers acting in the right manner without heavy-handedness, community-oriented and whatnot. And if any business out there had a 95 to 97% success rate, that's a successful business. That's a good business. And we try to train our officers in every aspect to respect each culture, each religion, each race accordingly. You can, if you want, you can look at my record. I have not had an instance of misconduct in a 25-year career. I treat people the way I was brought up. And Ms. Kerr, when I was brought up in your neighborhood, I lived on 78 Goddard Street for 25 years. I was brought up to respect everybody. Treat them the way you want to be treated, or better yet, treat them the way you would want someone to treat your family. And that's what I go by. And the majority, I'm not going to say everybody, but I'm going to say the majority of officers approach people in that manner. It also, other individuals that you're dealing with, if they're hostile towards you, that's going to dictate your level of response. So, and that doesn't mean to say that you're going to be heavy-handed with them or you're going to be belligerent, but you're going to be more cautious. And, you deal with each incident as it plays out. So from viewing the video in Minneapolis to what the officers did, or the one particular officer, by kneeling on the person for 8 so minutes or whatnot, and him saying he can't breathe. Me personally, if that was me and I had him on the ground and he's saying he can't breathe, I probably would have got him up, got him in the back of the cruiser, and then, secured him that way so there's no pressure on him. But that's me. That's not every officer's response. Another officer may have just got him up. Another officer may have just taken his knee off his back and whatnot to try and relieve whatever was causing him to have problems breathing. So we're not out there to try and harm anybody or hurt anybody. Sometimes, as the colonel said, when you're affecting an arrest on someone, I like to use the analogy, if anybody has kids, it's like trying to get a 2-year-old dressed that doesn't want to be dressed. You're going to fight with that child until you can get them dressed. It's the same principle when arresting someone. You're going to get into a wrestling match, or you're going to have, hands flailing or whatever to try and get that person under control so you can effect the arrest. It doesn't mean you're being abusive. It doesn't mean you're being overpowering. It just means you're trying to effect the arrest. So in that, and sometimes that can be mistaken as abuse. What clearly happened in Minneapolis was abuse. That's clear. That should have never happened. And personally, and I speak for my membership, as I've spoken to many of them, we do not condone that behavior, and we would not condone it here. I don't know if that.
I have one more question.
Thank you, FOP President. Madam President?
I have one more question. I just want to say, I understand what you said about the 98% but in the work that you do, that 2%, that 1% could mean someone's life. So that's why we're having this conversation. I wanted to ask you, what about the reaction of not just the officer that murdered George Floyd, but the other 3 officers that were standing by and didn't intervene. What is the conversation that you and your members are having about intervening in situations like this?
I think the commissioner at one point alluded to a conversation on that. I'm not sure if it happened here. But there's this, if you're dealing with, depends on whether you're dealing with another patrolman, if you're dealing with the supervisor or in the people there are patrolmen, it's tough to, I don't want to say intervene. In most cases, we would intervene and say, okay, let's secure this situation. Let's get it over with. Let's wrap this up. There's no need to go any further. We would do something like that. So the majority of the officers would, I believe, intervene in a situation and say, okay, this is over. Let's finish this. If we're going to arrest the person, we're taking him in, it's over. And not continue to kneel on his back or give him any sustained pressure. You also understand that if a crowd is gathering around you, that limits what you can do. So now the other officers who are there may not be hearing or seeing what's going on behind them because they're watching the crowd and what's going on around them to make sure that they're safe and secure until they can actually secure the subject who's being arrested. So there's a lot of things that come into play with that question. Could people intervene? Could officers intervene and stop that from happening? Absolutely. Were they aware, fully aware that what was going on behind them? Because, if I'm watching the crowd and I'm listening to the crowd, then I'm not necessarily hearing what's going on behind me. Because right now, my focus is in front and not behind or to my side. So it can play a bunch of different ways.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Armandi. We have Councilwoman Miller and Councilman Espinal. Councilwoman Miller, you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would say, Madam President actually addressed one of my concerns, which is that I think no one is saying tonight that the Providence Police doesn't do good work in their day-to-day. It's that question of when the system fails, we're talking about people's lives, and I think the loss of life is the most tragic circumstance, but I think there's other ways that policing impacts people's lives fundamentally. And I think what we're hearing tonight about people a whole community who feels like they do not have a relationship of trust with police officers is one of those ways. I mean, there's fundamental impacts to that in our residents day to day. So I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Espinal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, I just want to point out Mr. Armandi used the analogy of a 2-year-old that does not want to get dressed, and it must get dressed. And I can certainly understand that, but Mr. Floyd died after he was handcuffed, and many other people that have passed and have been abused, that has happened after they've been arrested, after they've been handcuffed. So it was just unfortunate that someone was murdered, and while that person was being recorded, and had no regards for the life of the general public. It's very unfortunate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
President Armandi, Chairman, please.
Thank you, Councilman Espinal. Mr. President Armandi,
Councilman Espinal,
yes,
I completely agree that the subject was under arrest and that should not have taken place any further than that. So I'm not discrediting that point at all.
I understand.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee members, council members? I just have a couple of follow-up questions.
Mr. Chairman, I see Councilman Salvatore's hand is up.
Is he?
Yeah.
Councilman Salvatore's hand is up.
Oh.
At least I can see it on my screen.
Okay. As you can see, it's not. I thank you for letting me know, Council President, because I did not see it on the board. Councilman Salvatore, are you there, sir?
I am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're doing the best you can under the
You have the mic, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam President. I just want to hear from the Colonel and Commissioner Perry and President Imundi about the duty to intervene and what the position of the Providence Police Department is regarding what officers should be doing and what their moral responsibility is and what they are legally responsible for doing. If you watch the video of the murder of Mr. Floyd, you know, that Officer Chauvin looked down at a man who he murdered. He knew exactly what he was doing. Two other officers had their knees on Mr. Floyd's body, and one of the officers said, "Should we turn him over?" And that was denied. So what is the responsibility in terms of our officers in Providence, and what is their legal responsibility? Because it was disturbing to watch, and quite frankly, every one of those officers had a responsibility to stop that. I think they not only had a moral obligation, but they had a legal obligation as well. And and again, I know it's a difficult position to be in, and it's easy for us to talk about it without having to be in that position. But again, I think we would have a moral responsibility, not only as police officers, but as residents of our city as well.
Yes, it's Stephen Barry, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, I think the question is also directed to President Imundi. So Commissioner, you have the mic, then President Imundi.
I'll be quick, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we have a legal responsibility to intercede. We have a moral responsibility to intercede, and we have a policy that clearly states if force is excessive, regardless of consequences of injury or death, you have a responsibility as a police officer to intercede. So just like Minneapolis, those officers are facing, accessory charges for not interceding and having Mr. Floyd killed at the hands of a fellow police officer. So I've been a police officer a long time, and I've seen officers intercede with one another when things get a bit aggressive. Thank goodness, not to the extent that we've seen in Minneapolis. But I've seen the actions of Providence Police and other departments when the adrenaline is going and a police officer continues to be aggressive, that they stand in between and de-escalate the situation. I think we need to talk more about that as a profession and underscore the responsibility that you just have that responsibility to intercede, period, regardless of the rank and regardless of what the ramifications would be in this police culture. It's the right thing to do, and we've seen it in high-speed chases over the years that there is a requirement for supervisory intercession, because they know in studies that police officers will continue to chase and not stop and put others at risk. This is the same concept, but I think this is something that needs to be both trained and spoken about, is if we intercede more often, and not just the bad ones, because I think most police officers would, but even those that we should be stopping, other police officers that either get carried away or are conducting themselves in a way that's not professional.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Imundi, did you want to respond?
I'd just like to say that, yeah, I agree. Officers, when they see misconduct or they see the possibility of injury or worse that could possibly happen, yes, they should intercede. Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you. Councilman
Thank you.
Salvatore, you have a follow-up, sir?
No follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, did I miss anybody? Council members? Yes, I'm sorry.
Paddock.
Nice, you got it,
Paddock
Mr.
here.
Paddock?
Yeah, I
Kumba,
just
you have the mic, sir.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask one question. It was brought up talking about, affecting an arrest in this particular situation with George Floyd. And my question is, what are the ways that Providence PD is training officers to avoid arrest? George Floyd was going to Cup Foods to get food, and he had a counterfeit bill. So I want to know if there was a situation where, like, for some reason, I got a counterfeit bill from somebody. I don't know if it might change. I might get a counterfeit 20 or something. Is a person to be arrested for trying to buy food with money that they don't know is real or not? And how does the public know, you know what I'm saying, around that? So I just have that question.
Commissioner, Colonel, could you provide an answer?
Mr. Chairman, Maddock, thank you for the question. So yes, we use a tremendous amount of discretion surrounding that. And prior to COVID, this police department in the last 10, 15 years, we've cut the number of arrests we have in half. So in situations like this, where we can summons someone to court, where we can divert someone from the criminal justice arena to another forum. Now, is it a violation? Is it an arrestable offense? Yes, it is. So I'm not saying at every turn he would not be arrested, but our officers use great discretion. That's considered a very, very, very low level of incidents of violation of law, and we'd be hard pressed to make an arrest in that situation. And just to double back on Councilman Salvatore's question as it pertains to George Floyd, I would stake my life that would never happen in the city of Providence, not because it's a policy that we stay away from chokeholds. We don't, since 2016, 2014, have that in the policy, but that horrendous image that we've all seen time and time again, the intervention would have happened way before seconds, if not minutes, started piling up. But yeah, so it's still discretion. It's a violation of the law. It's an arrestable situation, but it would be a rare occasion here where he would be arrested.
Thank you, Colonel. Mr. Vadek, do you have a follow-up?
No, I'm good.
Thank you, sir. Council members, committee members, folks. So, I have a couple of questions to follow up. Oh, sorry. Councilwoman Deputy Majority Harris.
Sorry, I keep putting myself on mute and can't get off. Look at that. I
have the mic.
Just one more question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Councilwoman Harris. At what point do an officer draw his gun? And if he does draw his gun, is that something he have to report to his supervisors or whatever, that he had to use his gun, I had to pull his gun out or whatever? At what point did that happen? Do you have to be in extreme situations, or you can walk up on a person and say, look, and use your gun? I just want to know.
Commissioner, Colonel, two-part question. One, what point does a police officer either withdraw a gun or consider to draw a gun? And then if they do they report the drawing of the gun?
Mr. Chairman?
Colonel?
So yes, it's all based on the information that we have at hand put out by dispatch or police officers' observations. So where somebody's life is in jeopardy, or where an officer's life is in jeopardy by his knowledge, his observation, his sight, his knowledge of an incident, of the circumstances, his situational awareness. Oftentimes it's dictated by the call for service. There'll be a dispatch call. There was a robbery, such and such a street, a firearm was seen, they'll describe the firearm in detail. And certainly at that point, when the officers approach that area, armed with that information, if there is a description of an individual, a vehicle, or anything of that sort, yes, by protocol, by policy, they should pull their firearms in protection of life and their own and the communities. And part two, all use of weaponry or use of force is documented through an air report. So every single night we go over the air reports, and it has to be documented.
Thank you.
Cheerleader?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any more questions? So I have a couple of follow-up questions, if that's everybody, before we move on. A couple of questions first. I was wondering, first of all, the EAP that I think, Commissioner, you talked about, the Employee Assistance Program. Commissioner, I guess.
Yes.
I know even in the private industry and in all the government industry, EAP is a tool, a resource to help all employees, not just maybe police, but like even just the everyday laborer and et cetera, there's these EAP programs. Can you just tell me a little more about that? Because you stated, we have EAP, but there's not enough funding. And then I was wondering, well, how much funding do you get? Where do we get the funding? Right? Where do you get the funding? How much do we have? And is it that do you think you need more funding for EAP because then it would be more effective? Could you help us out with that?
Yes, certainly. The city has an EAP program for all employees. And, that's a structure where you can go and ask for help. And sometimes our folks go there. Most times they don't, because you're going to another city department and asking for help, which is really, really difficult for police officers to do. When EAP, you got that resource, but more importantly, and I think more effectively, is our peer support group, which is, tied to the EAP in an informal way. They can access resources from the city for EAP, and they do that. But our peer support, which is the more informal and needing more resources. I mean, I've been personally involved in trying to get one of our members in public safety out of town, out of state, because he or she didn't want to be treated for their addiction locally in fear of running into people that they serve. And so, I had to work with our EAP in the city and trying to continue their benefits when they were down in another state in a rehab program. So when I say, I think we don't have enough resources for both education and training and to sustain a peer support group in a way that, it's not done by just 3 or 4 officers. It is something more robust, and our members in public safety feel comfortable in accessing those resources when they're struggling. I hope that clarifies it.
It did help. Commissioner, I was in my other hats, I do labor work, and I was wondering, sometimes what happens is that during the process of potential discipline action, we will send an employee to an EAP process. Do you have that option, or, an officer, something happens with the officer, something has to be addressed, whatever it is. Let's not take it to the egregious level. Let's just talk about everyday stress and strain or what's going on in the job, right?
Yes.
Do you have the option to send the officer, the EAP manager, say, go to EAP, and it's not considered disciplinary? Or do you have to still go through the whole kind of disciplinary process under the Policeman's Bill of Rights? I'm talking about, how did that tool help the officer? Or do you have to go to a more, laborious process?
Right. So if somebody is struggling with their mental health, and they
Or
need
whatever, addiction, whatever, you know.
whatever it may be. I mean, the last thing we want to do is discipline in any way. And so connecting them with the resources and telling them, and the colonel and I do it all the time, and I do it probably more often because I have the fire folks also, in getting them comfortable that you have a disease, you have an addiction, you have whatever you're struggling with. We will provide you with as much help that we can get for you. We want you well, without any discipline, without any threat of discipline and any subsequent discipline. However, you know, a part of that, whatever the infraction may be that led you to, you know, getting help, whether forcibly, is if we can, you know, forcibly put somebody in, but leverage to get them the help that they need. However, you know, when it comes to addiction, you know, the cycle is really difficult to break. And the risk then becomes, how many times can somebody, you know, continue with their struggle of addiction and be a police officer or a firefighter? And so that's the uniqueness of this profession, that, you know, we give them certainly an opportunity, but they need to also take the responsibility of being well, and we'll do everything to help them be well. But it's that balance of, you're a police officer carrying a gun, and if you're suffering from, you know, some mental health issue, we watch that carefully.
But I guess maybe I'm just going to circle back on my question a little bit more, maybe drill down a little bit. The question I have is the Policeman's Bill of Rights an inhibitor of using that tool to help an officer? For example, not everyone may have to have an extreme struggle of addiction. They may be having high stress levels. Something's going on in their life, right? They're coming to work late every day. They're missing days off. Something's going on. It's not to the level now that's addiction, but they probably need some counseling, something going, you know, in that sense. Do you have that ability to deal with that, or do you have to go through like a Policeman Bill of Rights process or some like other process to get an officer to say, you know what, you know, it's not discipline, but we need to put you, you're going to go on leave with pay for the next 2 weeks, and you're going to be going to see a therapist concerning X, whatever it is. And it's not considered discipline, it's considered about it's prevention work. You know, I counsel Harris, people talk about stress on the job, every time about stress on the job. And one thing I recognize that, and I'm trying to say that, and I'm going to say something, and early in my career, I used to say that, you know, I know how teachers get summers off, weekends, and holidays?
Yes.
And they're very stressful. I always thought that if you really want to kind of relieve some of the stress on the police departments, there should be like a different dynamic on how, when they come to work. Meaning, like, maybe there should be like a mandatory conversation with like once a month or every other month you've got to take a week off, or this is your month off, just in order to get mental health, just to you know, decompress. And it's just something I always thought about, that because of the stresses and strains of that particular job. I'm sorry, so I know I kind of comment on you, but my question is that, does the Policeman's Bill of Rights inhibit your ability to do that? Let me see if that helps out.
No, not whatsoever.
Great. So I have just another follow-up. I don't, you know, it's kind of like seeing what occurred in the video that Councilman Salvatore mentioned earlier, and this the knee on the neck, this thing. Is this something that is accepted in some form or fashion in policing as a restraining method?
No, it's not trained. It's not condoned. It's not a tactic.
Okay.
For Providence or the state police to departments I'm very familiar with, nor do I know that it exists anywhere in the state of Rhode Island. Obviously, in other states, they're using that or have used that as a tactic.
Thank you. I was just wondering, and then I got another follow-up question. People have been mentioning about body cameras, right? And the body cameras, please. Presently right now, are all our police officers, do they have the body cameras and that process, that unit?
Yeah, all uniformed police officers that are on duty have a body camera that they are to wear and engage. We're expanding it to other functions as well, like a road detail officer that is standing there at a construction site. They don't have them because we don't have enough of them to go around. We're going to expand it to them as well and other units. It's been a huge success in my view, for this department in their use, in accountability and behavior, and just positive things, and let me boast a little bit about Providence. And we did this without a DOJ mandate. We did this without an impetus to go there. We're the first major city in New England to do it. And we're the only city in Rhode Island to have body cams on all our uniform officers.
Now, the reason why I mention that is because actually about maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I remember you and the chief came before actually the finance committee. And we talked, and the proposal was about, police department was looking for more funding, more money. And what the initiative was body cameras. And I remember that then we had the company come in with the body camera unit and they explained it in detail what it was all about. And at the time, and it was like, this was like pretty, in theory, cutting edge. It was, we were doing something that other folks were not doing it or were forced to do it post a tragedy. And you were taking initiative and the chief was taking initiative on that. So there was an instance where you were coming forward to the finance committee asking for more funding for an initiative to create more accountability. So, and you mentioned now that you're looking to expand it, right? And I guess when you look at the numbers and, let's say pre-camera and post-camera, the interaction of officers with our population, with our community, has it changed with the advent of the camera, the body camera? In situations where they're just simply one-on-one or even adverse situations. Can you give a little more detail on that?
Yeah, I'll speak to it. The colonel deals with it. Often I see look, you got a camera and you got audio. And so when there's a complaint, let's just go to the camera and we'll figure out whether it was a professional interaction or not. And so, it changed. It's been a benefit. I think the men and women of Providence has embraced it. The FOP was at the table in order to get the men and women. Look, nobody wants a camera with audio on their shoulder during their work, but we also know that we're being filmed out there by other people, and it may not tell the whole story. So it's been a positive in my view. The complaints have been impacted. The behavior's been changed as a result of body-worn cameras. And I fully support it. I think they're used to wearing them. And, from time to time, they forget to put it on, but it's become ingrained that it's part of their responsibility in engaging that body camera.
Colonel, could you weigh in? Because I remember you coming before this very finance committee, actually the previous one, if I remember correctly, and talking about what this initiative is about. Could you tell us what the impact's been? Has it created a change in behavior? And if so, what?
So yes, we haven't done a statistical analysis study from the inception until now, but I could say absolutely, anecdotally, it changes behavior on both sides of the camera. I mean, you think about it in your daily course of work, if you know when you're in action, that you're on live TV, you're going to behave differently. So I think, and as well, when the community knows, because we inform them, you're on camera. It absolutely has helped, certainly more so in different circumstances than others. You take the nightclub crowd, late at night. I think it gives it helps in prosecution, the aid in prosecution. Oftentimes, people will either go to court or make a complaint on a police officer, and we tell them and then show them the body-worn camera, and they change their course because they see their actions on camera. So it does change behavior on both sides of the camera.
Colonel, and I know earlier some council members, I believe, mentioned about drawing a gun, taking the gun out of the holster. Does the camera capture any of that? If they do?
Yes. I mean, you can see, you think
So
about
then
it.
So if an officer said, if someone said an officer drew a gun on me, right, and officer said, no, I did not, then of course, hopefully the camera's on. Would the camera catch that, whether the officer did draw the gun or not?
So again, this isn't like the footage is very clear. It really is. However, if you think about it, and I'll do if I took a firearm out and I crossed my chest area, so you would see my arms cross over the camera and see maybe a portion of the firearm. But as well, you'd catch footage from other officers' body-worn camera from different angles. You wouldn't have every single angle, but yes, it's capturing a lot of footage of the incidents where an officer pulls a firearm. Yes.
And it has audio too, right? So you're hearing what's going on. Is that correct?
Correct. So the video buffers for the 30 seconds prior to the activation of the camera. So once they double click the body-worn camera, the camera actually captures the previous 30 seconds with no audio. And then 30 seconds later, the audio kicks in. And it's quite clear.
Thank you, Chief. Now, I want to follow up with the president of FOP. Has your, and by the way, I know it's your membership, but it's our police force. Have they embraced this? And do they see a positive impact, or do they see something negative to it? And I'd like to know that, because I want to know both sides. I don't want to just, it's not a good conversation or a true discussion. We just hear one side. So, Mr. Iamondi? Officer Iamondi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be honest with you. At the onset, when the cameras first came out, I was against them. Okay? My own personal opinion, I was against them. I didn't like them. As the colonel said, nobody likes to be filmed 24/7 when you're doing things. That's fine. Since then, as I've seen how they work, and I've seen the good that they can do, and how they can either confirm an officer's actions or exonerate him in a complaint, I had nothing less than, I would say, positive results, positive comments. The majority of the officers have no issues wearing them. They're comfortable with them. Most of them, I'm not going to speak for every one of them. I'm sure there are a couple or some that still don't like the camera, but the majority that I talk to, they have embraced the camera. And it's another tool in the toolbox for both the police and the community. Like we always said in the past, video and audio don't lie. So, if you did it, you did it. If you didn't, it's going to show that you didn't. So it's either going to capture your actions, or it's going to, if you did something wrong, or if you did something right, it's going to exonerate you. So it's just another tool in the box that I think has a purpose.
Thank you. And I just want to follow up on the SRO that Councilmember has been talking about. It seems that there's a conversation on whether or not we should have them in the schools. If the council moves to have the SROs removed from the schools, those 8 officers, will they then be just put back on the force, right? They're not going to be fired, I presume. They're just going to be put into the force. Is that right? What would happen, Colonel, Commissioner? Colonel?
Yeah, so they have different degrees of seniority on the job, and they came from different units or different shifts. If in the event that were to happen, yes, they would go back to the unit that they came from.
Does the school department reimburse us at all for the police officers in the schools?
No.
Is that no, Commissioner? No, okay. And then I want to just, one other thing I know I have further council members' questions. I wanted to get a little more understanding about the policy of, I guess, is it interceding? Is that the official name?
Intervention? Yeah.
Is it intervention or interceding?
Interchangeable, but interceding is our think about policy language as it relates to officers' responsibility to engage when there's excessive use of force by another officer.
And then I recognize what Councilman Salvatore was mentioning about watching that video and seeing kind of officers looking over there and there. Is this something where that, at least for Providence, I'm going to talk about Providence because that's where we are today. We're talking about Providence and how do we make it better. Is that something where maybe we should do more training or more understanding? So you mentioned earlier how you do a lot of, firearm training, right? In which, they go to the shooting range to handle the stress and strain. If a gun is pulled, a gun is shot, how do you deal with it? Stressful situations. And this is kind of like almost the opposite. It's not a gun being pulled. It's not necessarily like a taser gun being shot. This is like the idea of the will to speak up and say, you know what, the sergeant may be doing something wrong, and have that will to say, jump in, or restrain the sergeant, or restrain, a higher ranking officer, or vice versa. Now, is that something that we should probably look into more of, greater? Because this way, they say like you got the police officers, right? And then if you got police officers also in theory, and I'm going to use a lack of a better term, policing the police officers where they see some kind of bad behavior, there is a greater acceptability of interceding to prevent tragic events from happening. Or if a tragic event is happening, to jump in. I'm talking about, unfortunately what happened in Minneapolis. The idea of does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Something that should look more into and beef up in our police force. I mean, it looks like, the police department's been doing a good job, the colonel and you guys, and commissioner, you guys have been doing a good job making the police department, in my years in service, I've seen a remarkable difference in the police department from 10 years ago, 15 years ago to today, and there's been great strides. And I agree, it's not perfect. But I'm thinking that seems to me something where an officer, we really have to train an officer to say, be able to kind of jump in, speak up, and stop for the sake of conversation. So
Yeah,
could you elaborate on that?
Stephen Parry, the commissioner. So that's de-escalation. We drill de-escalation all the time in our use of force. What methods can we use to de-escalate force? The last thing we want to do is go to deadly force. And that's why we have a lot of tools, interim tools before we escalate. And so in my mind, if that was happening, what was happening in Minneapolis, you would have seen a Providence police officer go over to Mr. Floyd within seconds that he is down and somebody's kneeing. And that officer would have used his body to nudge that other officer off of Mr. Floyd. Without a doubt, it would have happened in my mind. De-escalation is the key. We've been drilling that into our officers, that they have a responsibility to keep that force down and de-escalate, even when others, and we've had instances where there was an excessive use of force of a Providence police officer, and another officer came and interceded and stopped it, and also reported it. Thankfully, that officer is no longer on the job.
Do you need more funding for that aspect?
Look, we can never get enough funding. The high risk, behaviors of police is use of force and vehicle pursuits and domestic violence. So yeah, I opened up with, we can always use more, but I think this is what to boast again that it wouldn't happen here because this culture wouldn't allow one another to do that, because they know how important it is to de-escalate use of force, and hold one another, responsible if they see it. And we're going to continue to drill whether there's zero training money or a whole lot, because it's one of the most important aspects of policing.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have Vice Chair Ryan, then Council President Matos, Councilman Salvatore. Vice Chair? Is she unmuted?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. Thank you all the presenters. We've all, I think, learned a lot this evening. I have questions, mostly follow-up questions on the SROs. Perhaps the commissioner or the colonel can answer this question. Has the new commissioner asked the Providence Police to continue the SRO program or continue to fund the program? Has that ask been made?
So originally, when, not formally, no.
Colonel and Commissioner Perry, which one is going to answer the question? Colonel?
You, Clements. So not recently, formally, I had conversations with the commissioner very early on, and I know she was supportive of the SRO program. She's met several officers within our program, and I don't want to speak for them, the superintendent or the commissioner, but I believe they're generally supportive.
Vice Chair?
Just, Commissioner, can you agree to that? Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, the Commissioner of Education, she and I have not had a specific conversation about SROs, but the superintendent, when he first came here, he and I did discuss, and he, as the Colonel Clements said, was supportive of the program when he got here, yes.
Was there discussions at all to grow it, to keep it the same? What was the nature of the discussions that you had, if at all?
The philosophy of police in the schools, we did not discuss either the expansion or the reduction of SROs.
Okay.
Same with me.
Did somebody want to follow up on that? We're good with that question? Okay.
Vice Chair, you have the mic.
Hold on, I was asking the Colonel or the Commissioner if they had any further response on that. I thought I heard someone say something.
I'm sorry.
Vice Chair, you still have the mic. Colonel or Commissioner, do you have a follow-up to an answer to that? Colonel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I was just agreeing with what the commissioner said, that generally they're in agreement of the concept. There was no conversation about expansion that I have had.
Okay. Do you,
Vice Chair?
Yes. Do you gentlemen feel that the program is effective? Do you have any thoughts about making any changes with it? What are your general thoughts on that?
It's Steve Barry. I'll lead. So there's been a lot of conversation about SROs. We're there for a reason. Years ago, before I got to Providence, they were assigned because it made sense having a police officer that has the ability and aptitude to deal with, I call them kids, but young adults. So we're not sending a police car there frequently to schools. That was the reason, and I supported it. I think they do a wonderful job, particularly if you get the right officer that wants to be there and engages with the students. I understand, the bigger discussion about should we have, guns and police in schools. But at this point, yes, I think it's effective. I think there's value to it, both on the police side and the school side.
Thank you. Colonel?
Thank you, Majority Leader. So yes, I think I've addressed this in a previous answering of the questions, in that, I like I think they do a great job over the years. I like the continuity of service, the specialized training, and all the feedback we get from the administration in the school that I get is extremely positive. I can tell you that during the summer months, as we reach midpoint in the summer, my phone begins to ring by administrators and principals begging and clamoring for a police officer in their school. So look, I understand the conversation, and it's a valid conversation, and they need to absolutely be brought to the table, the administrators and the school officials, the principals, because they call often and they ask for an SRO in their own school.
Colonel, just to follow up on that too, there's only 8, is that correct, citywide?
Correct.
How do they manage their time between schools? Obviously, we have more than 8 schools. How does that work?
I can get you the exact breakdown, but some are assigned to one school and some have dual schools and do double time with even a middle school.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Did you want to follow up on that?
Yes, if I could, please. The one thing that was.
I would ask, I would ask everybody if you could mute on your side because we're getting a lot of different feedback. So if you all could do that, Mr. Diamond, could you have the mic, sir?
Thank you, Chairman. One thing that wasn't touched upon with the SROs is the relationships that are built between the SRO and the students. I've seen happen and they tend to get great relationships with each other when they have interactions. And that can translate into their adulthood where they come out into the public and now the relationship that they have with police officers is one of a better relationship than one of a more contentious one. So I think having the police officers in the schools starts a different culture between police and community and the kids, and that translates into adulthood. So I think it's just a benefit all the way around.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That answered my questions there. Mr. Chair, I'd like to continue, if I may, on body cam. Follow up on the body cam questions. I believe it was yours. Just a clarification, and I'm not sure who could answer this best, but a simple question. Do we have a body cam for all officers on duty?
It's Stephen Parry. The Colonel probably can answer, but all you officers on duty have body cams. The exception is special detail officers, whether it's at construction sites or at other paid detail. We don't have enough to equip them with body cams.
So you need more.
We
ask for more body cams in this budget?
We are seeking additional body cams.
What is the amount of that in this budget, and where is it? What line item is it showing up in?
Let me ask Elaine because she knows the budget, but we're seeking 80 additional body cams. No, Elaine, I'm corrected. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Elaine Richards. So, Councilwoman, it's under line item 54830, and there are 50 body cameras in there, and that is for the training academy recruits.
There's 50, you say?
50, yes, and it's $126,250.
Okay, so that doesn't cover the 80 that the commissioner said he would like to have?
The commissioner, the 80, we have a grant for 80 new body cameras.
So they're covered under a grant?
That's correct.
Okay, okay, awesome. And then I have another follow-up to my my colleague, Deputy Leader Harris' line of questioning, which I was very intrigued by. And it's regarding caring for the mental health and general training of our officers. The EAP, where does that appear in the budget? Is it part of the health benefit budgeting?
Yes, so that would come under the fringe benefit And that is not actually a direct charge. That's provided through the HR office.
Okay. And do you know if that cost has gone up over the years? Has it remained steady? You know,
That I do not know. If Director Mancini is still on, possibly he could answer that question for you.
that's fine. If you could share that data with our auditor at your convenience. I see Mr. Mancini. Do you have the answer to that?
Thank you, Madam Leader. Deputy Commissioner Richards is correct. That particular budget line item is directly controlled by the city's HR department. And while I don't have that exact information or that budget, I certainly can get that information to the council through the internal auditor.
Thank you. I'd like to just see the trend line on that.
Sure,
I appreciate
absolutely.
that. And then, is the EAP part of our union contract, police union contract? Is that benefit part of the contract? Must be, right? Anybody know?
I actually would defer to President Imondi, but I think any
Mr.
utilization
Mancini,
of the, yes.
Why don't we, he's on the line, so why don't we ask him? Mr. Imondi, is it?
I was about to say, Mr. Chairman, any utilization of the EAP, while it's managed by HR, probably has some knowledge of where it's most needed and where it's used the greatest, so probably so.
What was the question again, please?
The question is the EAP part of the union contract, a component of the negotiated contract?
I would have to look at the contract offhand. I don't know 100% to answer that correctly.
Okay.
I'll get back to you probably within 5 minutes.
That follow-up is the evening is getting long here and it's getting late. Following up with our internal auditor on that is fine by me. And then what efforts do you make to encourage the use of EAP among the ranks?
Well, we always say we're each other's keepers. So if we see someone that's under an undue stress or being overstressed or has a substance abuse or some other thing that we think may hinder his ability to do his or her work, we have a peer support unit that can be reached out to, that can reach out to those individuals, have an initial conversation with them. And
That's
then
your peer support. I don't mean to interrupt you. Is that
What's that?
Is that the peer support group that you
Yes,
mentioned?
it is. That's the peer support group, right? So we have that within the department, and they would reach out to those individuals and see what's necessary to make them whole again, for lack of a better word.
Okay. All righty. That answers that question. And then my last question, Mr. Chair, is relative to the training. The line item in the budget, 52,700, appears the funding in the budget appears level. FY20, FY21 on $100,000. Can someone tell me what the components of that training is? I know we covered this. We've already gone through the police budget before, but I forget what we talked about relative to training, and I think it's pertinent to this discussion. So just asking again, what type of training is covered in that line item?
Madam Commissioner?
Yeah. 1 second. Commissioner, would you like to answer the question? Then Mr. Mancini?
Yeah, so it's Stephen Parry, the commissioner. Most of that $100,000 training that's level funded is driven by our CALEAR standards that we have to annually train various components of law enforcement to keep our accreditation. So it's a varied, a training across, the profession that we have to maintain for accreditation. Firearms training, domestic violence training, all of those things.
Best practice type training for escalation or de-escalation standards, is that kind of what would be included there as well?
I don't want to say yes, but the high risk policies need to be trained on. So I would venture to say yes, but I'll confirm.
And I guess my last question on that is, when I see level funding, I'm always asking, you know, did you ask for more? Do you need more funding in that bucket? Training is critical. You know, my council colleagues have spoken about it already tonight, but I'm just wondering, is the accreditation training budgeting enough? Or should there be components of other training that, you know, obviously we know more today than we knew yesterday. And, you know, we're faced with this horrific experience of George Floyd's mistreatment, his death at the hands of police officers in another state, but nonetheless, it was chilling. And I'm just wondering if we've contemplated appropriate training, knowing what we now know.
Joe, it's a good question, and I don't have an answer whether or not we need X number of dollars additionally as a result of the last 2 weeks. The $100,000 training, you know, gets us to decent training because not too many departments are accredited like Providence. But, you know, as I opened up, we always struggle for sustaining constant training here in the state of Rhode Island, and we're no different here in Providence. So, you know, we have limited resources, I get it, but sometimes the priority shifts and we do the best we can to fill that hole and that gap so our officers are as well trained as we possibly can get them.
Commissioner, do you know offhand, and this may be an unfair question, how many municipal police departments are actually certified, have the certification across the country?
Yes, so it's a bit, yeah, so real quick, so we've all fall under the post. This good colonel is a member of our post for our police officers on standard and training. So we're all certified, and it's called the post, police officers on standard and training. And he's the one that sits on it, and he could speak more eloquently to some of your questions and provide those answers.
Colonel?
Councilwoman Ryan?
Colonel?
Thank you. So yes, I serve on the Post Commission as Vice Chair, and as well, I'm attuned with our CALEA efforts. That's National Accreditation, CALEA. So I believe, not positive, I believe the percentage is, it's less than 5% of the police departments in the United States are nationally CALEA certified. In state certification, which is a lesser burden, many municipalities followed the lead of Providence, and now there's a very robust organization with state RIPAC, Rhode Island Police Accreditation Commission, and they're going around the state making sure, I believe, it's probably 3/4 of the municipalities in the state of Rhode Island who are now state certified. Not quite as many are nationally certified like we are.
Vice Chair?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the president has got his hand up. I think he wants to weigh in on this question, and I'd love to hear from him as well, if it's okay.
Mr. Imondi?
Yes, sir. Mike Imondi, FOP President. Majority Leader Ryan, I just wanted to get back to you on the question about the EAP in our contract. So yes, it is in our contract.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions, and I thank you for your time, Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Next, we have President Matos, and then Councilman Espinal. President Matos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So actually, my questions are kind of follow up to the line of questions that you had earlier. I just want to know, is there a policy that is like a whistleblower policy within the school, within the police department? Because of the rank, I'm thinking about the rank. If someone is not going to be willing to speak up against someone that has a higher rank, so is there a whistleblower policy that protects the person that speaks up?
Commissioner, Colonel? Great question.
It's Stephen Parry. I am not aware of any whistleblower, particularly to police officers, and I'm at a loss to identify any state law that gives whistleblower protection, but there could be.
Colonel?
The chairman, I was only going to add that we had that language in the original contract going back to 2000, I'm sorry, original policy, going back to 2016 with the duty to intervene. That language has actually been expanded, which we oftentimes do when there's a local event or a national event. We go to school on that event and see if there's an opportunity to shore up the language in our policies. And as a result of this horrific incident in Minneapolis, we've expanded some of the language on duty to intervene. But it doesn't.
Colonel, could you forward that policy to the internal auditor?
Sure.
Could you do that? We'd like to see that. I'm sorry, you can continue, sir.
It doesn't particularly speak about whistleblower in the policy, but it's kind of.
Well, if I may say that the State Whistleblowers Act would apply to anybody, whether it's a police officer or fireman. I think there's a combination. I think there's the interceding policy you're talking about, and there's the whistleblowers, which is kind of a two different kind of entity. The Whistleblowers Act, the state act, still applies to everybody right now, whether it's a police officer or laborer, et cetera.
I would agree.
I think the interceding, if I'm saying it right, the policy to intercede, that you're saying that you're expanding it, I think that would be very helpful if you could forward to the internal audit so we could, I like to see it and understand more about it. Madam President, you have the mic.
Thank you. So the next question is in regards to actually all of this kind of related to the contract. Is there, I know that the police contract includes reimbursement for tuition for education. Is this education of any degree or any specific degree?
Colonel, Mr. Imondi? Mr. Imondi, you must know that answer.
The degree has to be law related. And it can go all the way up to, I believe, a master's degree.
Correct.
And excuse me, anything shy of a law degree it covers, but it has to be law related.
Okay.
So you can't get a JD anymore? You cannot get a Juris Doctrine, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Madam President?
So I know that right now we're in the middle of negotiation. Would it be possible to expand the benefit to cover social work?
That would be up to the city. We wouldn't be
Thank you.
opposed to opening it up to social work.
All right. The other question is, in Mr. Mancini, I don't know, do we have a full copy, a full version of the contract, of the police contract available? Does the administration have it? Do we have a full contract? I don't know, the clerk can jump in. Do we have a full contract available?
Yes, so Madam President, I'm sure Mr. Shiverini could report to that. He's the city's chief labor counsel, but yes, the current contract, although expired, that contract is available, and the police FOP Lodge 3 continues to work under the terms and conditions of that current contract until such time as the next contract replaces it.
Mr. Shiverini, solicitor?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Could you please forward the FOP contract to the clerk as well as the internal auditor and make sure that they forward it to the president and any council member who would like it? Madam President?
Mr. Chair, can I clarify for a second?
Yes, of course.
There is a final version of the contract that recently expired. It has not been signed. There were some modifications over the years. Myself and the union attorney actually finalized it, and it was ready for signature just before the COVID-19 pandemic. So that document is done, complete, ready. I can circulate that to the council president, but it is not signed. I have sent over just recently the past tentative agreements that are now agreements, and the last complete version to the city clerk maybe about a week ago. But I can do both, and note that it is not signed so the council president can see a full, clean version.
Thank you, Mr. Chiaverini. Madam President?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask for the full contract because we had had this conversation in the past when we are asked to approve a contract and we only get the section that are being changed and we don't get the full contract. I just want to make sure that we're going to be able to see the full contract. Thank you.
Thank you,
absolutely, Mr. Chairman, and that was your direction as well as the council president. And we would, if in fact there is an agreement, we would present the contract in the red line version, a full document, so the council could see the changes.
Thank you.
Madam President, are you all set at this time? You set?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilman Espinal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and once again, thank you for the guests that we have tonight and members of the public that are still with us. And speaking of policies and thinking about the nature of the work that police officers do, which is so critical and important, do we have a drug test policy in the department?
Commissioner, Colonel, Mr. Iamondi, drug test policy?
Stephen Power, yeah, we do not have a drug test policy. The state law does not allow us to randomly drug test.
Is that the same for the state police?
Yeah, you cannot randomly drug test police officers in this state.
All right.
Randomly. So if you have cause, you can, but if you can't randomly do drug test.
And why would that be? Again, taking into consideration the nature of the work and where a lot of the time people's lives are on the line. Wouldn't that be a good practice?
I think so, but the General Assembly apparently doesn't.
Right. And then, well, thank you so much. And going back earlier to Majority Leader Ryan's questions in regard to the SRO resource officers, really. Yeah, which comments were made. They're good. They have a lot to offer to the school department, and they're a great resource. But has anybody taken into consideration what the opinions of the students? Because I come across many students and student bodies, and they always seem to not want resource officers in school. And I think that with real change, if we are serious about this, I think that we need to bring the students to the table when we're making these policies and we're making changes. So if they're out there to protect them, they're the reason why we have them there. They should be at the table and get their opinion, get them involved. Perhaps they'll understand better and they'll find that it's good to have them, or perhaps you'll end up understanding that it's not good to have them. So I think that bringing the student to the table and taking their opinion into consideration is a good start. And again, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Espinal. Commissioner or Colonel, would you like to respond on that? Colonel?
Mr. Chairman, in fairness to the topic and the question, absolutely yes. I think everybody should be brought to the table for conversation. The school administrators, principals, teachers, and the students. Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
I believe this time it's almost 9:30. We've been doing this for quite a few hours. I would say I think we'll have this. It's almost like a constant conversation, and hopefully tonight we began this conversation. Hopefully we can keep rolling in a positive direction. And so I would like to, I think at this time we probably should move forward and we'll continue the meeting. We'll adjourn, but I would ask that on a couple of notes, folks, don't forget that we're going to have another public hearing on the budget, June 22nd, 2020. And And then, of course, the clerk has given me the cue cards. Thank you. I kind of feel like David Letterman, might I? He said that the goal is that he said the details of the process will be communicated soon. There's going to be a sign-up process, and it looks like we're looking to try to get it in as an in-person public hearing. If not, there'll be Zoom. So stay tuned for information, but the date is June 22nd. Committee members, do you have any final comments, and then we can go move on this point? Thank you. Council members? All right. Invited guests, do you have any final comments? Okay. Good. I see Ms. Vanessa Flores Maldonado.
Yeah, this has been a very long conversation. Excuse me, I had to like start eating because I was just so hungry. But I do want to say that no matter how this conversation ends tonight, I think I'm just going to stress again, let the community lead the way when it comes to these issues, because, you know, we've been saying that this has been a problem. We're now getting the mainstream affirmation that police violence is a problem. And so I just want to really urge y'all to please wait for the community to get our demands together, to figure out what we want to invest in instead, because we know it's there's body cameras and trainings and webinars and seminars aren't going to make a difference if the history of this institution was based on racism, based on slavery, based on anti-Blackness. You know, our history is really important, and so we do need to defund the police. That's what needs to happen here. But what we're just asking for is for y'all to give us time. The public hearing will definitely be an opportunity for us to come together and really express and give more examples and more details. But I would just really appreciate it if city council folks, if politicians, waited on us to make these demands very clear and very thoughtful and very explicit on what the community needs.
Thank you. Any other final thoughts? Vice Chair, do you have a thought? Vice Chair?
Final thought from me. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for scheduling this meeting. I think it was very informative. It was a great discussion. I want to thank everyone who participated. We can all do better. We all need to listen. And I just think it was a great exercise. And I know that it's getting late, so I won't say anything further. But I do want to thank you for your leadership on this topic.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to thank everybody. Any final thoughts? I just want to thank everybody. I know. Final comments. Yes, of course. Charlotte Abtuse.
Abasi.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's on me.
It's okay.
I formally apologize. You have the mic, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Vanessa's points. Again, thank you, Vanessa, for saying that the community is really fired up about this. As you have seen in your mailboxes, I'm sure, not all of you, but there are over thousands of emails that were sent to not only Providence, but also statewide, right? This is like a nationwide initiative. This is not an isolated incident. And I also really want to kind of move away from the deflection of signaling out Minneapolis and thinking of other cities, because do we want to wait for something like that to happen in Providence? There was a lot of patting on the back of well, this never happened here and we don't do this here. And that's great. But what are the initiatives that are in place to prevent that from happening? Because the community, this isn't just 5 people. We are speaking for thousands of people, right? Just hundreds of people that were tuned in or on the earlier side of the call. People are still tuned in here now. I could see that on Zoom. I could see it on YouTube. This is a series of a lot of conversations. And I also wanted to echo Councilman Espinal, especially when we talk about officers in schools, students must be in those conversations. This forum needs to happen, whether it's going to be in person, if we're able to do that then, or on Zoom, this has to happen at the educational level and with students and young people, because they are the ones that are being arrested in middle school. They are the ones that are, you know, being like suspended. And we see there's policy, there's research, how we see that pan out. So I just really want to really center community and let everyone be clear that like, we do not want what happened in Minneapolis to happen here in Providence. And that is the point. It's not, oh, it hasn't happened yet, so we're okay. It is preventative measures. And we need to come together as a community to really talk about what that means. And that's not one conversation, that's not two conversations, that's not 5 conversations. This is going to be a lifetime of work. And I hope to see you all soon, because this is going to, again, like, we will continue to have this conversation. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. I know it's late. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte Abbasi. Thank you. Any other final thoughts by any folks? All right. So I just want to just follow up and say further thank all the participants. I want to thank all the stakeholders, the citizens who were willing to talk this evening. I want to thank them for their views and their ideas and their concerns. It's important that we hear these things. I also want to thank the commissioner and the colonel and the president of the union for participating. I mean, we don't always, the beauty of America is that this is what we're doing. We get a chance to talk to each other in a civil and in a thorough, robust conversation. And hopefully it continues the conversation, like you mentioned, and it continues with and creating positive results. I also want to thank, of course, my council members, my committee members, and of course, the clerk's office, by the way, who works, you know, they're the unsung heroes. Yes, we all make mistakes. This whole electronic stuff is new to everybody, but I want to thank them for working so hard all day long. They've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and they'll be leaving at like 10:30 tonight. So, you know, they work really hard for all of us, and I want to make a note of that. The other thing is I asked my council colleagues, especially council members who are looking to defund or to rework the police department, that to put forward the things that you're looking to defund or what you're looking to do exactly. I know there's different levels of defunding or eventually the abolition of the police department. I think it'd be helpful that if you could put together what will the city look like? What does it look like if you don't have a policing force? Is it going to be a self-policing process? How does that work? So, because it's a big question, right? I mean, the bottom line is, it took many years to build it where it is. It may not happen overnight to abolish it. Now, I think Minneapolis's city council, I think they voted to defund their police department, and I'm interested in how that's going to play out. See what does that mean to Minneapolis? And I think it is important to see what they're doing, because how are they going to now deal with it? I mean, I think the city has at least, I think it's like 3 or 4 times the size of Providence, and how will that work? There will no longer be policing there. Will they be self-policing? Is it going to be simply just an honor system? How does that all operate? You know, so it's going to be an interesting thing that's happening in Minneapolis, how they're handling this. So I think it's important that we still look at that. But I want to thank everybody. I think this has been an extremely informative meeting, and I would ask that I'd like to make entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have that by Vice Chair.
Second. Second.
By Councilwoman Helen.
Yes.
And discussion. And I would just like to say very quickly, at the end of the evening, I started quoting Martin Luther King. I think we should quote Gandhi tonight at the end of the meeting. And Mahatma Gandhi said 2 things that I think stated in this quote. He said, "Permanent good can never be the outcome of untruth and violence." And then he also said, "The future depends on what we do today." So I think it's pretty apropos. So all in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. God bless, be well, and be safe.